First item of business on our agenda this morning, item number D on the agenda, is public participation. We need
roll call.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Roll call, please.
Mayor Alfin.
Present.
Vice Mayor Danko.
Here.
Councilmember Hyder.
Present.
Councilmember Clufus.
Present.
Councilmember Pontieri.
Present.
All members are present.
Thank you. Public participation. In order for city staff to be able to respond to your questions or concerns, please fill out a comment card with your contact information. The comment cards can be found on the table near the agendas or available from the communications marketing director seated in the back of the room. Anyone wishing to speak may approach the podium, provide their name, and may speak for up to 3 minutes. Please direct all comments to the mayor. Be concise and to the point. Avoid delaying or interrupting the proceedings, and do not make any irrelevant, impertinent, or slanderous comments. Any person who becomes disorderly may be barred from making any additional comments and may be removed. And I would just add a footnote. There's an item later on in the agenda. If you care to speak on that item, please wait until we get to that item on the agenda this morning. If somebody speaks in advance, I'll ask them to please hold their comments. Everyone is entitled to and will receive their chance to speak about any item that's on the agenda. So with that, I would ask, are there any members of the public that would like to address me and City Council at this time? Yes, sir.
My name is James Lee. I am a resident of Palm Coast. Mr. Mayor and City Council, I want to bring to your attention what appears to be a disregard for the disabled in the city of Palm Coast and in Flagler County in general. I became disabled last year through some malpractice, lost all 10 of my fingers, lost both of my legs. Since then, I've returned to driving. I've been able to regain some of my independence. And yet I found out that the city of Palm Coast does not have the Sheriff's Department enforce handicap parking violations in this city. I have called several times when people have been blocking access. Deputies have responded. Deputies have refused to write tickets, have refused to tow, saying that only if it's on city property will they enforce the statute. They say that it is a traffic violation and that's not enforceable. According to the statute, it is not a traffic violation. It is enforceable by law enforcement on private property. I encourage the City Council to make a resolution and require the Sheriff's Department, for which we pay for with our tax dollars, to enforce the statutes uniformly in the city. Now, that also brings up the July 4th celebration a couple weeks ago. You guys really dropped the ball as a city. I tried to attend over at the airport. I was turned away, driving with no legs, no fingers. I was turned away from trying to get into the airport where my wife could drop me off, to be able to get out of the vehicle, get into the wheelchair, go into the airport. She could go across the street to park. We were told that we had two choices: park across the street, push yourself across the street a quarter mile or so, come and enjoy the festivities, or go all the way across to the other side of the airport where there was nothing. There were no facilities. There were city-hired goons over there who were very abusive to people who were handicapped and who were in wheelchairs, making one guy in a motorized wheelchair get out of his vehicle to prove that he was handicapped before he would let him in. I'm going to put you guys on notice. I intend to sue the city if this continues. I will retain counsel and I will sue the city. You guys are worried about not having enough money to pay for stuff. Don't make that be another thing you have to pay for. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, and I'll ask communications to get your information for follow-up. Thank you. Next member, please.
Robert McDonald, Palm Coast. I'm going to do something today that I've never done in any public meeting ever. I'm going to apologize to the city manager, the director of public works, and especially the mayor, because I was disrespectful, last week. And just because I don't get it my way, that doesn't make it right. So, and I'm computer illiterate, but I've been told by friends that the Facebook page lit up because of my actions. And that's not what I intended it to be. So, to the director, I'm sorry. To the city manager, I'm really sorry. But more importantly, I want to publicly apologize to the mayor, because I've been here through 3 mayors. Nobody that has ever sat in that chair cared more about that city than him. Nobody. People thought that John Ness was the second coming of Christ, and he was good. Melissa Holland, she was tough. But you know what? Nobody that has ever sat in that chair has cared more about all of the residents than that man right there. And I'm going to prove it to you right now. 2 years ago, we did a tower to tunnel run out here. And I did it with my friend here. And I came around the corner on the first lap, and I wasn't paying attention. And I fell. And paramedics, fire department came, everybody came running. You know who picked my big fat butt off the ground? That man right there. He didn't have to do that. So, to Mayor, I'm really sorry, and no disrespect. But you know what? He's not only a politician, he's a friend. Because yesterday we had a meeting upstairs in his office, and you know where I sat? In his chair. That's how good of a friend he is. Thank you.
All of City Council thanks you, Mr. McDonald. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. Mike Martin. I live in Matanzas Woods. I just want to comment that you appear to have dropped the ball on giving us replacement recycle bins. I know that I requested one. Several of my neighbors have requested one. No one has received one yet. I don't know whether the new company is going to deliver it or whether the city is handling it, but I would urge you to do a little better job of coordinating to make sure that we get the recycle bins so we continue to put our recycles out and not have it go in the trash. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
For Stone Cinnamon Drive, I have some great concerns what's going on with this city today. When you address the city, you get no answers at all. Traffic conditions on Cimarron is still terrible with speedsters. Worse now because there's potholes all over the road. 2 Flagler police officers noticed me in Racetrack, and they asked if the problems ever got solved. I told them absolutely not, and they said it's sad because we're not watching the traffic there. They said, however, we've given more tickets on Cimarron than any other street in the city. People fly through the stop signs at Publix. In fact, there were 2 stop signs down. So before someone gets killed, and I know Miss Bevan told Spectrum News there's been no one killed yet, when are you going to take action with the traffic? And once again, 7 people up here, no one gives an answer. Also, the last part was, I gave you a contact for Ormond Beach. You swore up and down the line, Mayor, that you would have discussions with them. You can't get the answer what discussions were what. That's wrong. We are the residents of this city. You are visitors, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Mayor, City Council, Mark Webb, W Section. Today I would like to introduce a request for a review of the speed limits in the non-sidewalk areas of Palm Coast. It's unrealistic to think that we'll have sidewalks or drainage, but per the code 316 state statute, which is referenced in our chapter 44 as the guiding, 20 is an allowable speed limit in today's needs for our public on these streets. You haven't resolved the businesses parking on the road. You haven't resolved the deterioration of the streets. Every day, young people, senior people are walking on our streets in an unsafe manner at 30 miles an hour. I would like you all to consider, when you leave today, as you go down Central Ave, notice the quality of that street. Sidewalks, lights, wide streets. That street goes from 35 Belterre to 25 by the Circle and all the way to 15 right out here in front. Yet you allow people to drive 30 miles an hour in our non-arterial referenced areas. So I ask you today, and it is in accordance with the review, a simple review, to consider the cheapest option that we have in this city, lower that speed limit in our subdivisions to 20. Almost every new subdivision being built today has sidewalks, has lighting, and yet the largest group of people that live in this city do not. I ask you today to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Bob Beck. I know you asked for the comments on a particular matter to be waited until that. I'm a working parent. I'm taking time off work right now. I do have to go back to work, so I don't know, I will not be here for the entire meeting, but I do ask my voice to be heard on that particular item about the franchise fee.
So what I would ask you to do, if I could have you meet with our communications director,
I would like
so that your comment can be entered in, but if I change the procedure, I can't change the procedure for the entire public.
I understand, sir.
And also, and I would be happy to talk to you later today or tomorrow personally.
Well, I understand, but again, I have to go back to work. I want to make sure my voice is heard. My voice is heard across the people.
Then I might ask if you
and
could speak to somebody else in the audience who's going to speak, and they could mention your name as well.
I'd like to make a suggestion, since there's so many people here today, and a lot of people do have to go to work, and we scheduled this for a morning meeting, which kind of shuts a lot of people out. I'd like us to move this item that we're talking about up to the first item on our agenda, so these fine folks can...
All right, Vice Mayor,
public comment.
Vice Mayor, I
and
heard
then
your
get
point.
back to
Vice
work
Mayor, I
and
heard
life.
your point. Let me ask City Council.
We've done this before.
Excuse
sir.
me. Let me ask City Council, do I have a consensus to allow public comment now or during the prescribed agenda item?
Mayor, I would suggest that we move it up to item number 2 on the heels of the millage rate. I think that makes sense for us to discuss the millage and the franchise fee back to back.
Complicated. The question is this. Will you accept some comments now on that item?
I think if we allow one person to speak out of turn, it does corrupt the procedure. So I would favor moving this up to item number 2 on the agenda, but not allowing public comment on it.
I'm in favor of moving it up on the agenda.
Sure. I'm in favor of moving the agenda, but I also don't mind
Aye,
if
sir.
the gentleman wants to say his comments either.
So we have a consensus on the council that we'll move it up to the second item on the agenda. So hopefully that'll fit your time frame. So if you could just hold back for a few minutes, we'll get there. We have no proclamations today. We'll be able to move there quickly.
Sounds good, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Tina Laporte of Palm Coast. I guess this is directly related to what's happening right now. I don't understand the rule, and I don't understand why this needs to be an exception to the rule. Why can't the rule be reconsidered? And what you're hearing is there are a lot of people that come to these meetings. This is my second meeting. My first meeting, I had to wait for over an hour to speak for maybe 2 minutes. It doesn't make any sense to me. So I don't understand what's the difference. Why can't people come during the public comment time at the beginning of the meeting and speak about whatever? You can take notes if you can't remember.
Ma'am, the procedure has been in place for many years. I can tell you this, that City Council will take up the issue, and if they choose to change the order of the meetings in the future, but that can't be done right now.
I understand, but it would be great if you could think about this. This rule discourages public comment over items that are important to people. But thank you very much.
And please get with the communications person so
I
we can
did.
follow up, and we'll take that up. Thank you.
filled it out.
Next speaker, please.
Just for posterity, Mayor, we, as a council, we have moved the public comment to allow 2 public allowable comment sections of our meetings. It used to be just at the end of the meeting, which is still the establishment in Flagler County, so we are conducive.
Thank you, Councilman. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Celia Puglisi, and I live in Palm Coast, resident since 1991. I'm going to remind the city that those beautiful crepe myrtles in Seminole Woods is being sprayed, and I hope we don't lose them. I've been told they've been sprayed for mites, and they look like they're dying, and there are like 55 to 60 of them. If they're dying, I hope that they will be replaced with something else. That's wanted to make you aware. One other question I have always had are we all paying for the power utilized by the 2 EV stations charging here on City Hall? Because in the last county meeting that I went, it was reported that each of these charging stations cost $350 in power at least a month, and we have 2 there. Have we been forced to subsidize not the installation of that EV charging, which I have nothing against EV cars. I hope I can have one day. What I am against is that we are forced to subsidize it. We should all pay like within our gas cars. One other thing that I'm going to ask our council, I hope to get a reply on those things, is the following. Please do not vote yes on the Wawa station on the center of Palm Coast Parkway. You are taking away from us a professionals building that took care of all of us in this area with creating a lot of jobs. For a Wawa fuel depot will be 3 fuel depots in 1 block. Will make a mess of the traffic on Florida Park Drive because we'll add traffic in Florida Park Drive. And this is going to the PLD approval. We're going to go to the meeting of the PLD, and we expect that when it comes to you, you do not approve that Wawa fuel station. We don't need 3 gas stations in the middle of Palm Coast Parkway next to the community center, which is a mess already with traffic at certain hours. Will create more fuel emissions contamination for us, more traffic. For what? For 15 or 20 employees opening jobs in that place when the building that they are now demolishing created hundreds of jobs. So please, this is not the development department of the city acting with common sense. We are begging you, please do not approve a Wawa station that will create a mess in our beautiful Palm Coast Parkway as it is right now. Please, don't do it. We are begging you, do not approve a Wawa station there. Thank you so very much.
Thank you for your comment. Okay. Next. All right, let's give each speaker their time. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Connie Sparks. I'm a certified minister. I've lived here for 12 years. My husband and I moved here. It was a beautiful town. We called it paradise. We don't want to live here anymore. We see what's going on. We know what's going on. Everybody knows what's going on. The homeless, I help the homeless all the time. Nobody is helping them. Nobody is helping the middle class. These people are just, rich people. We are not rich. I can't pay my electric bill. I can't pay my water bill. I have to sell my house after this was my dream home, after working 35 years for this. Another thing is, there's no lights at night. I mean, I lived in places, up north where we had street lights. I can't even see to drive at night. I don't drive at night because of that. Another thing is the swells in every house. I mean, it's overflowing. There's garbage coming out of the drains. Every time it rains, it's backed up. Nobody's doing a thing about that. The trash pickup. What happened to Waste Pro? Well, I know what happened. I read about it. Well, that's ridiculous, okay? You had to buy all new trucks, get all new men, and I was turned down twice already for my trash because we put a little fence in the bag. You know what he did? He took it all out and threw it on our lawn. He wouldn't pick it up. Another thing is I had a man come out and cut my palms. I put them out very nicely, like Waste Pro was picked up every week for me. They refused to pick them up because there was too many, because it would clog up their truck. What? I mean, this is just unbelievable. What's happening in this town? We need a change. We need to see something happen. And I'm here to tell you, I am going to make a change. My husband's a pastor. We don't have prayer in the schools anymore. We have 1 minute of silence here. What happened to you people? God is watching all of yous. And I know you, I've seen yous around at the prayer meetings. And you're taking God out of this? God help every one of yous. I'm telling you right now. I said what I had to say.
Thank you for your comment. All right. Please allow the next speaker to come forward. Next speaker, please.
Steve Carr, Palm Coast. I'm in agreement that the Wawa station is going to create a problem. These traffic studies showed that it would add traffic to Florida Park Drive, and Florida Park Drive has plenty of traffic. And it's a lot of speeding still exists on Florida Park Drive. So I need y'all to take a look at putting a Wawa there. Also, we're having a problem on Florida Park Drive is a lot of vehicles are parking on the sidewalk. This is a sidewalk used by kids to go to the park. And so the kids are having to go out in the street to get around the parked vehicles on the sidewalk. So I'd like to see something be done about that. And I've talked many a times about traffic calming methods maybe being used on Florida Park Drive, which would reduce the need for sheriff presence to constantly be within neighborhoods. So it would free them up to handle more serious things like crime. So I just noticed also this last week that there was a traffic count being done on Florida Park Drive. That's great. But usually when traffic counts are done in the summer, families are gone vacationing, and the snowbirds are not here. So you really don't get a good count about what's happening on Florida Park Drive unless you do several traffic counts. So again, I don't think the Wawa adding traffic to Florida Park Drive is a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Susan Mitchell. And 3 years ago, we had a driveway put in. And when they came, they said, oh, you need to get your swale done, and the city will, just call them and they'll take care of it, no problem. The gentleman come out and he said, yes, he put us on the list. We were going to be, this was done in November. He said, you're scheduled for January. I called in February. You're scheduled for December. Then I called again. Oh, we're not doing that area until next year. Well, we've been 3 years waiting for the swale to get fixed. And they were down, 2 years ago, they were down and they did part of the street, the first 3 houses on the street. And I said, oh, you're going to do mine? He says, no, we can only do the first 3. I said, well, you're right here. Why can't you do mine? You can see that it's a mess. No, we can't. We have to do exactly what the schedule says. So 3 years, we've been waiting to get the swale, and there's so much water in there, and polywogs, or whatever they're called, those little things that are going to be mosquitoes in the end. It just, in the whole area, I hear everybody complain that they can't get anything done with the swales. What happened? Why is no one taking care of our swales? That's all.
Thank you for your comment. And if you would leave your contact with the communications manager back there. Are there any additional members? Yes, sir. Ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Donna Kaler. I live in Palm Coast. I wasn't going to speak this morning, but having listened to all the previous speakers, I would beg the council to prioritize taking care of what we already have. We've heard...
Allow the speaker to have her time.
We have heard about sidewalks, swales, lights, traffic, speed limits, and I'm sure the list could go on. That's just what I can remember off the top of my little head. I'm begging you, before you buy more land, annex more land, build more streets, do whatever it is you've got on your agendas, prioritize taking care of what we already have. We have parks that are disaster areas. I have a little dog, so I know that the little dog park over on Holland it's a sand lot. I can't take my dog there. I don't know what's living in that sand, but the big dog park, it's big and beautiful, so you did get that done. So take care of what we have. Live within your means like the rest of us have to. We can't afford all this new stuff. The rest of us are on fixed incomes or minimum wage jobs because you can't seem to find a way to bring in good paying jobs to this town. The average wage is $15 an hour, which, 40 years ago sounded like great money. It isn't. It isn't. It can't pay the property taxes that you've levied on us. It can't pay the utility bills. It just doesn't go far enough. There is no industry here for good paying jobs. You've got skilled people leaving the city because there's no place for them to work. Our medical facilities, oh my God, don't get me started. We're losing doctors. We're losing people. I saw a post this morning, 4 people on one street, and I can't remember the street, are leaving Palm Coast because they can't afford to live here anymore. We don't need to spend our tax money buying more, building more. We need to spend it taking care of what we already have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. There's some seats over here for gentlemen that are standing. Yes, sir.
Good morning. Dennis McDonald, Protect Palm Coast. Mr. Mayor, I'm here to give you some good news. And the good news is that a year from now, we will be in an election season. Okay. All the candidates will be set.
All right. Afford the speaker his 3 minutes, please, without interruption. Go ahead.
All the candidates will be set. We'll be running into a primary in August next year. Okay, so what I'm doing here today is I came to make good on a promise that I made to you 2 years ago. 2 years ago, you did everything that you could to hold up the impact fees for education. Okay, I know this because my wife was on the school board for 8 years, and she worked on it very hard. Okay, now, you and your staff, Jason DiLorenzo and Mr. Tyner, did everything that you could, that at least I had a pretty good seat in being able to see what was going on, to advocate for the builders for lower impact fees, okay? And what that does is that puts the burden of all taxes back on us. So the good news is for everybody in this room that we're going to have an election, okay? We're going to be locked into a cycle of the candidates will be chosen at this point next year. And so I think that you're going to see some very radical changes. And I will be here every single meeting, once a month at least, to remind you of one specific thing that was amiss in your term. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Cindy Adkins, and I just would like to put it on record that I do not agree with streetlights, and I do not want to pay for streetlights on side streets. I like seeing the stars at night. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Hello there. My name is Leslie Johnson. I got to take this out of my ear. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I would like to take this moment to encourage you. We've seen some good things. We've seen some bad things in this city. We've seen some people coming up complaining that they can't walk their streets. So you built a splash pad that doesn't work. We saw some people who are complaining because sound, dust, traffic. Build me a sound wall, please, please, please. We have studies showing the deterioration of our health. So you built pickleball, or you're in the process of building the pickleball stadium, or whatever it is now that you've changed it to. You spent a lot of money on that. We have people here who can't walk their streets. They can't send their children out on bicycles because there are no sidewalks, no places to go unless you drive them, of course, to a trail and then let them go there, which is nice if that can be done. So you built a bridge, a hideous, ugly bridge over 100 that parts of the day people can't drive because they're blinded by the sun. So what I want to do at this time is take a book out of my own past and out of the past of many. We don't have a lot of money, so you can either spend the money you have, or you can take the money you have and put it to good, useful things for the good of the citizens. In the words of a man whose work I respect and have never gotten to meet, sadly, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. So as you go through today and you begin your process of voting, I encourage you to think about the needs of the many, not the needs of the few. We are the many. We are here. We vote for you. You represent us. And so as you go forward today, I encourage you, please think of the many. We need the needs of the many to be heard. Thank you for this moment to speak.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Deborah McGriff. I live over in the BL section. Up until just recently, I know we're a preserve and you're not supposed to be building over there, but we do have lots that are being cleared. I totally disagree with that. We have empty houses that should be gone ahead, sold, renovated, instead of putting new ones there. That's already crowded enough. I mean, the people that are doing the lots, you probably have 4 feet in back of your yard before you're up against the preserve. But my main concern is that in the last 2 years, over by Buddy Taylor, there is a walkway there. It's supposed to be a bridge for the kids to walk from school, drive their bikes back to home, whatever. They have been working on that, I would say working, the last 2 years and have gotten nowhere. I have seen kids almost get run over because they have to go out in the road to get by that mess. Please fix it. It's dangerous. I don't know if you guys are waiting for somebody to get killed there, a child. I just hope not. It's very dangerous. So please, instead of making a splash pad or something that we don't need, prioritize that. our kids are at risk. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Susan Kling. I've lived here since 2007. I totally agree with everyone on the sidewalks, the speed limits, the street lights, everything. My main concern is I am a widow, disabled, living on $1,500 a month. Raising that electric bill, mine has gone last year from 160 to 288 this year.
Ma'am, we're going to hold those comments until we get to that agenda
Okay,
item.
well, I had to leave, I'm sorry. The other issue I have is I have spoken to city workers. You have a drainage ditch that runs along Ponce de Leon around the back of our houses. I have spoken before to city workers that come out. They are now calling it a canal. It's a ditch. The land is sliding in on both sides down. My fencing is going with it. My gardens are going with it. The comment that I got from the city worker was, oh, well. What can be done about that? Before my house is the next thing to sink down it. Okay, that's my piece. I don't want to get kicked out of this one. I've been kicked out of Bunnell for speaking up about the homeless. Thank you very much for hearing my concerns. Have a
Thank you
wonderful
for your comment,
day.
and please see the Director of Communications for your contact information. Next speaker, please. If there are no other speakers, yes, sir.
Yes, good morning, George Mayo, Palm Coast. We have a minuscule problem right out here. When you come in, you have the metal detector. Everybody has to put their belongings in a tray. I've asked for it before, months ago. Could you not have a second tray? When you put the stuff in the tray and you walk through like me and you beep because of an artificial knee, then I hold things up. Everybody has to wait for me to take my things out of the tray before they can. If you had a second tray, they could put it in, it would speed things up. I just asked one of the Palm Coast workers there, and he said that's not how we do it. You know, $1.50, you could put a second plastic tray there to help things out. The other thing I ask is...
Please, give the speaker his due, okay?
Is about the unhoused. I'm familiar, especially over by my house, the intersection of Belterre and 100. One of the men there, they stand in the middle of the esplanade, right at the intersection, walk into traffic, sometimes delay traffic. The turn signal goes and they're collecting money, holding traffic up. And the other day, end of the day, I saw him leave, got on his electric bike, walked across the street and rode away. And that's all well and good, but the place he left, there were half a dozen cans and bottles and several paper wrappers. Right down the street, there's a sign that says littering is a, whatever it was, $1,000 fine or whatever it might be. All I ask is, you know, if you're doing that, Volusia has a rule on their books that if they're blocking traffic, they can be cited. So I'm wondering if we need to look at that. It also happens over at Cypress Point in Belterre. People in the middle collecting money, and then after they leave, there's a trash bin. I sympathize with the unhoused, but you don't have to leave trash when you leave. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Andrew, Palm Coast. We've been coming, me and some friends have been coming and talking to City Council and just trying to convince our representatives to listen to us. So I think about the idea of we the people. Everybody loves to say it and put their bumper stickers on in their car, but it doesn't work unless we speak up and then you folks listen. We like to cite the Declaration of Independence on the 4th of July, but what does that what does that mean? So John Adams, he has a quote that says, "The government will not be run by the majority. The government will be run by the majority of the people who participate, okay? So, my comment again is just, this only works if you guys listen to us. We got a lot of people in the room today. I've often felt like, our comments have gone on deaf ears. My own representative in District 3 hasn't been able to get back to any of my emails. I've only given one because really that's the only amount of email I should have to give. But there's others who've also been emailing and trying to just get a seat and talk about some things that are going on in town. Thankfully, there's been some representatives that have reached across the district. Thank you, Councilwoman Ms. Pontieri, and even you, Mayor Alphen, to hear us out. But I mean, at what point, when our representatives don't listen to us, we got a room full of people here today for a reason. At what point, what do we have at our tools? So, representatives are paid, I do understand. And if they are not able to follow up with their most genuine duty, which is to get back to people with their emails and respond and sort of find out what their constituents want, what recourse do we have? I know that they've recently talked about revamping the recall method. So I'm kind of interested in that. I know that if a representative is not interested in what we have to say, we shouldn't be interested in having them as part of the council. So I'll be leaving a comment card in the back, and that's not something I would want to do, but like I said, we the people, and we have a responsibility. We're the only ones who can hold people that are in power accountable. So if we are not seeing the results, that's understandable. We can have a discussion, we can have a debate, but if they're not willing to reach across the aisle or listen to the folks that show up in the meeting, I think that we the people should exercise our right to that. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, appreciate it.
Thank you for your comment. Okay. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here this morning. My name is Sabina McCauley. I've been a resident of Palm Coast for 25 years before it was a city. I'd like to address the proposed Station 22 to be located at the corner of Colbert Lane and Palm Coast Parkway, which is like a block and a half where the existing one is. The city purchased that property in September of '22. I have no idea what they paid for it. I've not been able to see the deed. It's 4.4 acres. I've talked to the people doing the survey on that piece of property. There are over 1,000 trees on that acreage. Folks on Seminole are worrying about 50 or 60. The city is willing to take down 1,000 trees on wetlands. For what reason? There has to be another property that is available to make a larger Station 22. Whether there is or isn't, I'm not sure. But I've been told by the surveyors that the plot plan will be almost all black. There is no upland there. Now, that piece of property has been fallow for over 25 years. The reason for that is it's wetlands. There are 3 different streams that run through that property. The normal citizen who would want to develop there could not afford to, because either A, they have to get a transfer of land from somewhere where there is dry land, and it's an enormous undertaking to cut down 1,000 trees and backfill wetlands. The second issue is, where does all that water go? We have swales, as Susan in her neighborhood said, wow, we have water all the time. I can show you on my phone my swales for the last 7 years, but who cares? Take down 1,000 trees in my neighborhood and see where the water goes now. I wish the council would consider another piece of property that isn't wet and heavily treed to put their new station. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Is there another speaker at this time? Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Andrew Kluver, Palm Coast. I guess I wanted to talk a little bit about how a budget works, and I'm not sure if you guys seem to understand that. You guys voted yourselves a generous raise, and I think people were upset about that, which is fine. It's in the charter.
Please, let the speaker have his 3 minutes. He was courteous to all of you that spoke.
But did you guys discuss that you were going to earn that money? Were you going to work longer hours? I mean, what were you going to do to get that raise? I'm just curious. I work within a budget. I'm budgeted. I get whatever amount of money, and I have to figure out and allocate where that goes. And it seems like you guys have a budget. You say you have a budget, but then if you decide, well, we don't have enough money in our budget, so we'll just raise taxes, or we'll come up with another way, franchise fee or something else, which I don't even have any idea where that money's going or what you're using it for. All I know is it's coming up. Why can't you utilize the money you have already? Why can't you make that work? Why can't you work within your budget? I can't just say, well, you know what, my budget's not working this month, so I think, I'll give myself another $100. Doesn't work like that, right? You guys understand how a budget works? You have a certain amount of money, and you utilize it the best you can. And that comes up with whatever everyone's speaking about here. I'm sorry. That's it. Thanks.
I thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Gina DeLowry, live here in Palm Coast. This gentleman just said it, but my God, look at our federal government. Every state in this country is in the red, you know what I mean? They just keep raising taxes. Property taxes and insurance in the state have gone bonkers. That overinflated pricing thing that happened during COVID and such has raised the taxes. The homestead exemption doesn't even touch it. And we are on fixed budgets, a lot of us. My insurance on my home was $5,100. My home and car insurances is $6,100. I understand we have hurricanes here, but Ian did nothing to us, and I don't want to pay for that. I understand there's an insurance commissioner that sets the rates here. Well, I don't know if you guys have anything to do with him, but that needs to change because we have uninsured motorists everywhere, Tampa being #1 in the state, and we're kind of paying for that, and I just don't think it's fair. If you've got a clean driving record, I think we're getting hit up too because my husband's 78, and there's something with the actuaries say that he's more prone to have car accidents. We have talked to them. So, but the property taxes, please, do something about that, okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Is there another speaker that would like to address me?
Good morning, Mayor. My name is John Furlong. My wife and I just moved down from New York a little over a year ago. When we came down to Palm Coast, we were led to believe it is a Republican conservative city. What we found out is that we believe that the oaths taken by the council are not being listened to the people. We've been to several meetings. Every time we come up to speak to you, like we've heard out here, deaf ears. Deaf ears. There's an old saying up in New York, I was in the trucking industries, follow the money. Always follow the money. I'd like to see a state forensic audit done on Palm Coast City to see where the money goes, how it's being spent.
Please, let the speaker have his 3 minutes. He was nice enough to let you have your 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. You made a couple statements here this morning regarding, well, this is the way we do things. Well, the only constant in the world is change. If the people demand something change it. From your oaths, you work with us. We voted you in to represent us. Now, I've heard a lot of good things from the people in here this morning, and I'm just hoping that, first of all, take care of what we have existently. Put a moratorium, stop building. I was in real estate 20 years ago, And up in upstate New York, we shut everything down because it was getting too big, too fast. We couldn't control the streets. It was dangerous to the community. They did that for like 8 years until they got the infrastructure fixed. That is how you budget your money and take care of the people. There's several other things I'd like to bring up, but right now, it was already covered by everyone else. Thank you very much for your time, folks.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any other members of the public that would like to address me in City Council at this time? Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name's Lisa. I just want to ride on with Leslie and the Andrew, we the people, and this Andrew said, you guys work for us. You work for us. You need to listen to the existing residents of Palm Coast, not the future ones that we're trying to bring in here. We need to do what we need to do to fix the city right now so we can welcome more residents and be able to handle it. We don't have that right now. Everybody keeps coming up here week after week. I see Mr. Carr come up here every month to ask you guys, begging you to give him some reprieve on Florida Park Drive. When are you guys gonna listen to the poor guy and take him seriously? I mean, I've walked Florida Park Drive, it's horrible. And we have a park there where the kids go. You know, let's start taking these things seriously. I just want to leave you with one last thing as a prayer for you guys, that you are going to be compelled, regardless how you feel, regardless what you think, you guys are each going to be compelled to vote on things that we want, to do what is right. You're not going to have any choice. You're going to be compelled to do that. And I hope that you will do that today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any additional speakers that would like to address me in City Council at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I will close this section of public comment and move on to item number E, which is minutes. So minutes of the City Council, June 20th, 2023, a business meeting. I need a motion, please.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Councilperson Pontieri. Can I have a second? Second from Vice Mayor Danko. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Does the clerk have the count?
Motion passes. Thank you.
Workshop meeting, June 27th, 2023. I'd ask for a motion for approval of the minutes.
I'll make the motion.
Vice Mayor makes the motion.
Second.
Councilperson Pontieri, second. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Does the clerk have the count? Thank you. June 27th, 2023, special business meeting minutes. May I have a motion to approve those minutes?
I'll make the motion.
Vice Mayor makes the motion to approve. May I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Councilperson Pontieri. Finally, July the 11th, 2023.
Mayor, we need to vote on the last one.
We didn't vote the last one?
We got we have a motion and a second.
June 27th, 2023, special business meeting. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Does the clerk have the count?
Motion passes 5-0.
And finally, June 11th, 2023, a workshop meeting.
That's July 11th, Mayor.
Did I say June?
Yeah.
Sorry, July 11th, 2023, a workshop meeting. May I have a motion for those minutes? I have a motion from the Vice Mayor. May I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Councilperson Pontieri. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed?
Motion carries. Thank
Does
you.
the clerk have the count? All right, we move next to our resolutions under item F in your agenda. Number 2 would be the resolution setting a proposed maximum millage rate. So if you would please go ahead with your presentation.
I'll read it into the record first. This is a resolution concerning the proposed maximum millage rate, a resolution of the City of Palm Coast, Flagler County, Florida, setting a proposed maximum ad valorem millage rate and tentative budget hearing date, time, and location for the City of Palm Coast, Flagler County, Florida, for fiscal year 2023 to 2024, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, Councilor. Please proceed.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council. Helena Alves, your Finance Director.
Gwen and I are here today to present to you the proposed general fund budget for fiscal year 2024 and the proposed maximum millage rate. Today, we will review the ad valorem history, the fiscal year 2024 maximum millage rate proposal, as well as general fund revenues, expenditures, and proposed personnel requests. The first public hearing is scheduled for September 7th at 5:15 p.m. here at City Hall and will be advertised on the trim notice that will be sent out by the property appraiser. The hearing will set the tentative budget and the tentative millage rate. The final public hearing is scheduled for September 20th at 5:15 p.m., also here at City Hall, to adopt the final budget and final millage rate. This chart shows the history of the last several years for the millage and property values, but it also incorporates receipts collected and population. As you can see, we've been experiencing an increase in values as well as population growth. This is a look at how a dollar is split between the taxing authorities. This is fiscal year 2023's numbers. For every dollar in ad valorem paid, Flagler County receives 44%, the school board receives 29 cents, the city of Palm Coast receives 24 cents, and other taxing districts share the 3%. It is important to note that the percent allocated to the city is approximately 24%. The budget presented to you today is proposed in the same millage rate that was adopted last year of 4.61. This represents the maximum millage rate that can be levied once the budget is adopted in September. We will now move on to revenues and expenditures. So this is an overview of general fund positions. The total change of 15 full-time staff from fiscal year 2023 to fiscal year 2024. Of the 15 positions, 5 are existing positions being transferred from the facilities fund, leaving 10 new positions being requested, 6 for the fire department, 2 for parks and recreation, and 2 for community development. This is a big picture view of general fund revenues. Overall change of approximately 5.7 million or 10.9%. We don't have any changes to these numbers from last Tuesday's presentation. As you can see, ad valorem is the largest revenue source for the general fund. The city's assessed value has increased by 14.41%, with approximately 6% attributable to new construction. Assuming the same millage rate from last year of 4.61, we would generate 38.7 million in ad valorem revenues, of which 38.2 million would be to support the general fund. The amount attributable to new construction is approximately 2 million, leaving the balance of 2.8 attributable to existing taxable properties. The next category includes state revenues that the city received. We received updates from the state on 2 of the revenues last Friday, and we will reflect the changes in your presentation in August. The total projected for state revenues approximately 7.9 million, but we will update once we receive all the data from the state. The next category involves charges for services. These comprise approximately 6.7 million. Of that, 2.3 is related to parks and recreation activities, such as program fees for golf, tennis, pool, rec general. 4 million is related to internal services allocation for the city departments, and the balance is miscellaneous revenue. The main component to other revenues are interest income, a grant for public safety equipment, and the opioid settlement that we receive on an annual basis. You will notice an increase in appropriated fund balance from fiscal year 2023 from the original budget. Annually and subsequent to the audit being completed and presented to council, we analyze prior year available fund balance as part of the budget process and identify uses according to policy. The details of the proposed usage will be reviewed later in the presentation,
as we go into the detail on non-departmental budget in slide 25. Fiscal year 2024 appropriated fund balance of $900,000 is to fund the annual contingency to handle fluctuations in revenues and expenditures, as we have in the past, the property tax value adjustment contingency, and the remaining are two items from fiscal year 2023 budget that will carry to fiscal year 2024, as discussed at the last workshop. This is a big picture summary of general fund expenditures. These will be covered in the following slides, so I will not go into detail on this slide. However, our proposed budget for the general fund is $58.4 million, an increase of 5.7% from fiscal year 2023, or 10.9%. Council received the supporting worksheets with detailed line item budgetary requests, and these were also placed on the city's website for the public under the fiscal year 2024 budget preparation tile. We will start with what we call our administrative services departments. The proposed budget increase is 8% from fiscal year 2023. We will start with City Council. The increase is due to increases in cost of health care, same as in all other budgets that you will see today, as well as the Strategic Action Plan Facilitator of $20,000 and the lobbying contract that was moved from the city manager's budget. The costs associated with the SAP Facilitator are a good candidate for fund balance appropriation since it represents a one-time expenditure. The city manager's budget is increasing mainly due to position transfer of the chief of staff from community development. The city clerk's budget is decreasing mainly due to realignment of staff in that division. The city attorney's budget is increasing mainly due to the projected CPI increase to the city attorney's contract, and also includes the transfer of half a full-time employee to the city clerk's budget. Communications and marketing and human resources budgets increase is mainly due to increase in costs of insurance. The financial services budget has decreased due to the transfer of the business tax functions to community development for fiscal year 2024. This is the equivalent of 2 full-time employees.
Mr. Mayor, I know I'm out of order, but... Yes, sir. Sir, you are out of order now. Please leave your comment with the director in the back, though. Please proceed. Yeah.
The construction, management, and engineering budget has increased by 24.7%, mainly due to an increase in cost of insurance, a position that was budgeted for half a year in fiscal year 2023, and $150,000 for council priority neighborhood safety study. This study is a good candidate for fund balance appropriations since it represents a one-time expenditure. The planning budget is increasing by 16.2%. The increase in personnel is mainly due to the requested position for a planning manager, fully burdened at $125,000, and 1/3 split for a community development director of $65,000. The operational increase is mainly due to $125,000 for the update to the city's comprehensive plan, which is a project that is from fiscal year 2023. Code enforcement budget is increasing by 8.6%, as presented by Chief of Staff Jason DiLorenzo last week. This budget includes $357,000 for contracted services related to public nuisances that are charged back to property owners. Also, dollars for outreach to our residents, proposing to take a proactive approach to facilitate education opportunities on our codes and regulations. The business tax budget was included in financial services in previous years. It is being moved to community development. This budget includes 2 full-time employees and the corresponding operating expenditures. Economic development budget as a 28.5% increase due to the council-adopted strategic action plan priorities of $98,000 for a healthcare targeted industry feasibility study and summit. Funding for business recruitment and retention includes $68,000 for the UCF Small Business Development Center reformation, $15,000 for the existing REV grant, and $100,000 for potential incentives. I will now turn the presentation over to Gwen Rexdale to present the balance of the general fund budgets.
The fire department budget is increasing 3.2% due to the request for 6 new firefighter positions for Station 26. The decrease in operating expenditures is related to equipment purchased in fiscal year 2023 that is not reoccurring for fiscal year 2024. The law enforcement budget is increasing by 12.7% as outlined last week. The increase in funding is to maintain the existing levels of service. The street maintenance budget is increasing by 9.3% due to the transfer of 5 FTEs from facilities mowing, as well as increased costs for insurance, chemicals, road materials, and supplies. The decrease in interfund transfers is related to equipment purchased in fiscal year 2023 that is not reoccurring in 2024. The Parks and Recreation budget is increased by 6.6%, mainly due to an increase in operating supplies such as water, electricity, field trip admissions, and as well as an increase in insurance. The Aquatic Center budget is increasing 6.5%, mainly due to the increase in insurance, utility cost, and operational supplies. The Southern Recreation Center budget is increasing 53.7% due to the new facility opening. Personnel requests for 2 customer service representatives fully burdened cost at $53,700 each, as well as an increase in insurance cost. Utilities and operating supplies have also increased. Palm Harbor Golf Club's budget has decreased by 2.7% due to realignment in the seasonal staffing and equipment purchase that occurred in fiscal year 2023 that are recurring in fiscal year 2024. The parks maintenance budget increased by 10% is due to the increase of insurance as well as operating supplies as it relates to the expansion of services to the waterfront park, kayak launch, Lehigh Trailhead, as well as the Southern Rec facility. There is also an increase due to equipment replacement plan for fiscal year 2024. There are several components to this budget. We will start with fiscal year 2023. The increase in interfund transfers from the original budget of $964,495 is the proposed transfer of fund balance as per the policy of $2.5 million to the Capital Projects Fund for the Maintenance Operations Center and the proposed transfer to the Disaster Reserve Fund of $1 million. For fiscal year 2024, we are proposing the contingency for revenue and expenditures fluctuations as well as the value adjustment board adjustments as done in the past. We are still waiting for revenue estimates from the state as well as finalizing department budgets, but as presented today, we have $944,584 available for council additional consideration. We will need guidance as to the direction to take. We will now look at the millage options. For fiscal year 23, adopted rate was 4.6100. The rollback rate is 4.2570. The majority vote is 5.6405, and a 2/3 vote would be 6.2046. The maximum proposed millage rate is 4.6100 to be set today. We want to remind council that you will be approving the maximum millage rate. The rate can be reduced as we proceed with the budget process, but it cannot be increased beyond the rate you establish. In closing, we want to remind the public that access to this presentation, as well as the budget worksheets and previous presentations, are available by clicking the budget preparation tile on the city's website. As a reminder, we will be back Tuesday, July 25th to present the proprietary funds. This completes our presentation if you have any questions.
Helena and Gwen, I want to thank you and all of your staff for keeping up with the budget. It's a tremendous amount of work, and we appreciate the presentation. At this time, I'm going to give you some more work. I am going to pass the gavel to Vice Mayor Danko, and I am going to offer a motion for discussion. The motion is to cap the millage rate at 4.257, which would be the rollback rate.
I second the motion.
She seconded your motion. Oh, I have the gavel now. Okay. Well, do we not have to go to public comment before we do anything else here, even make a motion, if I'm not correct, or do we make the motion first?
Really, we can do it either way. It's the pleasure of the city council, but there's a motion on the floor in a second. You can have city council discussion now and go to public comment, or you can go to public comment.
I think I'd like to hear from the public first, because what I'm seeing done here this morning, folks, it's a nice little trick. Let's roll back the millage rate so you don't get a tax increase, but we're going to give it to you on the other end once we get to that Florida Power and Light franchise fee. So it's a nice little trick, Mr. Mayor, but I don't support it. But I'd like to hear what the public thinks about it. I will open this up for public comment. Anybody wish to speak?
Point of clarification, please. Does that mean?
Ma'am, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I have the gavel. Ma'am, we're going to do public comment. You are entitled to get up and speak about the millage rate and about being taxed.
But not about the fees.
Well, if you can weave it in a polite way, possibly. I'll leave that up to you. But we'll be getting to that next after this agenda item anyway.
Mr. Danko, I found myself in complete agreement with you, which doesn't happen very often. I think it's all smoke and mirrors. There's no point in doing an actual rollback rate if you're going to give us supposedly reduced taxes and then on the other hand take it away and increase fees. So I absolutely agree with you. If you're going to do the rollback rate, which I do support, then you absolutely cannot give us a tax increase in the terms of additional fees. So I absolutely believe if there's no point in doing a rollback rate unless you're going to say no to a franchise tax. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else wish to make a comment?
You go.
Good morning. Good morning, Ed. My name's Kimberly Conway, so I'm 100% in agreement with Mr. Danko, and the millage rate needs to be maintained. I'm a realtor. Really affects my business and a lot of businesses in this town. So, and as for the backdoor of a franchise fee, my understanding of that is it's a bilateral agreement between a franchisor and a franchisee. So unless all of these people are getting something back in a bilateral agreement for that 6%, I totally disagree.
Thank you for your comment.
Hi, Kathy Ostrino. Is that too loud? Okay. It's wicked hot lately. It's terrible. And as far as rolling back the rate right now, you don't have to do that. You can leave it at its maximum, and you can still bring it back later. So why lock our hands right now? The reason I'm talking about the heat is I'm very concerned when you discuss that franchise fee. Please keep in mind my elderly friends, my shut-ins, and their electric bill. My electric bill is going to scare me next month because of this heat. What happens to them in their fixed incomes? They have to stay well. So just please keep in mind the heat in this season. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
My name is Silvia Puglisi, resident since 1991. I try to follow the display for the budget. And I am very aware of this, respectfully to our mayor and our council people. We have here the planning department, asking for more money, good amount of more money, right? For more planners, for more assistants. That is everything due to the growth, the incredible jobs that they are presented, fighting with these developers' projects, to the council presenting these projects. And this is why we are paying for. We have to pay for the increase on more planners, more assistants. Everything is due to this growth. We hear them hundreds of pages of agendas of growth every single meeting of this council. The same thing, if you have any more additions to the budget that we have to pay for, we have to fund, is in the community development department, because they're fighting for 2 years, for example, as it was reported by the director, to bring the Wawa station to sit in the middle of the Palm Coast Parkway. This is what we are all paying for, this growth, and this is grossly unfair. We need to take care of what we need, the residents need first. I'm asking you, please stop that. Listen, please, open that splash park for the kids. Get the money out of from giving so much to developers, and open that splash park for the kids. It's a hot summer, it's needed. Maybe what it takes, 500,000, maybe it takes our public workers. I asked them, go and the manufacturers of all that stuff that goes in the splash park will give you free lessons, free training. I've been a buyer in my life, and these manufacturers will give you free training to learn how to do those things and making them work right, just to sell the parts. Go and open that splash park. Stop with this overgrowth, this expansion. We're becoming like the Romans, expanding too far when we're not taking care of what we have, sir. Please, do that for us. Open the splash pad for the kids. Use my money now and get it back from whatever we are. You're asking for all these 25 millions to expand west of Route 1, 25 other millions here. We have to do the matching grants. You see, if they give us 15 millions, we have to come up with 3. Where are we going to come up with that money? We cannot have this expansion. Sorry, I am not sympathizer of any developers or any department that is bringing all these already cooked projects for you to approve for benefiting developers. Please don't do it anymore. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Hi, my name is Lee, and I don't really know much about a mileage tax. I know the city needs money, and I know you're trying to be fair to everybody everybody has power and light, but coming from a medical background, I know an elderly person right now who won't put his air conditioning on at all, even though I tell him the heat index is going to be 107 to 111, they're saying here in our area. And he's a Southern gentleman and he's elderly and he's used to his lower bill. I just want to remind everybody that people can go into convulsions at a temperature of 104 and they can die past 106. And unless we form community centers where our elderly can come during the day, which I don't think we have here in Palm Coast, for our elderly to go and sit in air conditioning all day, that we should consider something else, some other kind of tax, maybe a penny tax on gas or something. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I know it's, but I just feel like some of our elderly are stubborn and their lives are, they can die. And I don't know, like I said, I don't know what the answer is, a penny here, a penny there on something that we all use universally. But I do know there are people who are leaving Palm Coast.
Folks, please let her speak uninterrupted. Thank you.
I know people are leaving Palm Coast right now. A lot of people are moving. And I know you're not going to listen to us about the growth. That's like hopeless. But I do want to say that there's going to be a lot more strains coming in the future because of code increases and stuff, like our firehouse that we want to put on the voting block, mainly because of new roof, new electrical, new things to adhere to our code. If that was the case, every house built in 2005, 2006, we should just knock it down because it needs a new roof, or it needs new electrical, or it needs new everything. We're getting plummeted by insurance increases, which I see in Palm Coast, a lot of our budget increases due to insurance. So our governor needs to really work on that. And I'm sorry for taking your time, and I thank you for listening to me. I just want to try and save some elderly, stubborn people's lives that even I'm trying to talk to him, put your AC on, and he won't. He just won't, and I don't know what else to do. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else wish to comment at this time? Anyone? Please step forward.
Sorry, guys. Andrew Kluver, Palm Coast. I'm back. Seems like we're talking about the budget again. Kind of ironic, huh? I think I speak for everybody when I say maybe you guys got to spend our money a little better. The answer isn't always to raise the taxes. We need more money. I don't know about you, but when my homeowners went up, I shopped for a day to find a better rate. Holland Park came up again. Didn't we pay somebody to build that? Why are we paying somebody to fix it? Why don't we get him to fix it? Do you know what I mean? Like, some of the stuff sounds really stupid. I mean, and please, I am not insulting you guys. I'm just saying, from common sense isn't that common, but I don't understand if everybody keeps talking about the same things, why you guys don't consider that. Budget. Earn your money, guys. You know what I mean? Find creative ways. I work for a nonprofit. I'm sorry, I didn't get to just say, well, I need another 100 grand. I need another 4 million. Find better ways to spend our money and find places. Be creative. I don't know, economic growth. Invite companies to get here. Business venues. Make them pay some of the taxes. We don't need another Wawa. Hell, I don't think we need another fast food joint. You know what I mean? So Boston Whaler came, that's great, but can't we invite some other? Instead of building tons of houses and then just making the people that buy the houses pay for it. Sorry, guys, but thanks for listening.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else wish to comment? Please step forward.
Hello, everyone. My name's Jennifer Stapp. I'm relatively new to Palm Coast, but this is my actual first meeting that I've been to. I came today to support the community with the taxes and also with the proposed agreement with Florida Power. I didn't plan on speaking, but one thing that I would like to make a recommendation, it's one thing that I have put into my professional life and also put in raising my children, is to come with a solution, not a problem. We've heard the problems. A lot of you guys seem to be at an impasse. A solution for all of this is to work with Power and Light with a power purchase agreement and to provide community solar to this community. By doing that, you can utilize your rooftops. You don't have to lose the beauty of Palm Coast, but it's as easy as members of the community opting in that they want community solar. They will receive a reduction of their electric bill. The city, and I know that I could find that information, but if anyone knows it offhand, what does the city pay for electric on a month, on average?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay.
But we can get that answer for you.
That would be fantastic.
If you'll see our communications
What
director.
if I could tell you that that expense could be completely eliminated and put elsewhere in your budget? What if I could tell you that together you guys can benefit your community by offering them a way to save and reduce what they're spending every month? And you can add battery storage. You can create schools and let them be, or even this room right here, without any cost. You guys can create battery storage that you're not going to lose power in a hurricane. You can create safe places for your community, and you can also create so much power. I've heard in the beginning, who's paying for these EV chargers? Who is paying for the electric to run them? A simple line of carport shade outside with solar on it would cost you nothing, could cost you nothing, and it would take all of that burden from the city and from the taxpayers. This can be implemented throughout all of the parks and recreation departments. It can be implemented everywhere, and like I said, the biggest benefit is going to be offering to actually lower your residents' electric bills.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Is there a next speaker?
Hi, Janice Reed, Palm Coast. I just want to say that I think it is imperative for the council to be upright and honest with the citizens of Palm Coast. And if you need X million dollars for your budget, you establish a millage rate for that amount and stop playing games with us by establishing franchise fees that you can just throw into your general fund and there's no accounting for, and nobody has any idea what you're doing with it, and you can raise it willy-nilly whenever you want, and there is no connection whatsoever to the actual Florida power system in that. And I just want to also reiterate what someone else mentioned on the side with your firehouse. When I read that in the paper, I just laughed, because I totally agree with her. Justifying renovating a firehouse or tearing down a firehouse and building a new one because it's out of code on the roof or some other insane thing inside is like telling us every single one of these houses in Palm Coast need to be torn down and rebuilt because they don't meet current code. That is insane, a waste of money and a waste of our tax dollars. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Robin McDonald, Palm Coast. The builder or the construction company that built Holland Park, they put a water park in for kids to play in. It's 104 degrees out, and our kids can't go in a water park because this company won't come in and fix it. They owe us $5 million. $5 million. So why don't we put a little pressure on them to come up with the $5 million, and if they don't like it, I understand that lawyers have to go back and forth, but they broke the contract. If it was anybody else, we'd be hanging them. We'd be putting them in jail. So here you're making all the little kids who can't go to the water park because somebody didn't do their job. Well, start putting pressure on them. Because if we had an extra $5 million, maybe we wouldn't have to raise all of the things that we have to raise. Now, unfortunately, this is an unusual summer. But still, think of the little kids that can't go to a water park or people who can't afford a pool, and this is the only way they can keep their kids happy. Try raising kids, and you tell them, oh, you can't go outside because it's too hot. But yet, we can't stay in the house because the air conditioning bill is going to go up. You know, forget us old people. We're all living on borrowed time. Think about the little kids. Take care of them. Come on, you got $5 million. You got good lawyers. Put pressure on them.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
It's James Lee, last name spelled L-E-A for the record. And I am a resident of Palm Coast. Mr. Vice Mayor and City Council, I can almost guarantee that every one of you who votes in favor of either raising or the smoke and mirrors had their campaign paid for by political action committees who have no business other than making money off of developers in Palm Coast. You know, perhaps it's time for some peaceful civil disobedience in this room. You guys have escorted people who've spoken out of the room in the past. You've trespassed people. Maybe if everybody that's in this room who's in agreement that we should not be doing smoke and mirrors with the millage rate, and we should not be raising taxes when we can't get our spending in check. We spent millions, I think, of dollars building a highway bridge over Highway 100 that blinds thousands of people twice a day. For what purpose? I've yet to see anybody walk over it. We're spending money on fixing a bridge down on Belterre that's been broken for years. So maybe if everybody who's in agreement that we shouldn't be raising taxes and doing smoke and mirrors, would stand up in this room. I'm asking you, stand up if you agree with me. Do some civil disobedience. And let's just stand in agreement and say, City Council, we're watching you. City Council, we are, Mr. Mayor, I know you want to say something. We are watching, and we will be voting for you, or not voting for you. And we will be voting to take you out of office and keep you out of office and keep you out of offices that you might want to get in the future if you keep stealing from us to spend on projects that have no business being in Palm Coast. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Good morning, Nicole Dernberger from Palm Coast.
Ma'am, if you could step up to the microphone, please,
My
and
name-
tilt it up towards you. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Identify yourself,
I'm sorry,
please.
my name is Nicole Dernberger. I'm from Palm Coast.
Thank you.
Recent transplant. I just want to kind of comment on this solar thing that Ms. Sapp was referring to. If that is something that you guys want to consider, please do like some sort of cost-benefit analysis, because the issues with maintenance and, and leaking and insurance, home insurance, just please make sure that you guys consider that first, so we don't end up paying more. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Good morning.
One moment, please, before you start. Just hold on. I'm being informed, City Manager, that our live stream is not working. If we could, I don't know who we need to talk to about that, but
Thank you for the notification. We're looking into it. Thank you.
you're aware of it then already. Okay, thank you. All right, sorry, sir. Please go on.
Good morning. My name is Ken Fonte. I live in the F section. A lot of people had a lot of great things they were saying, but what I'm here for basically is a 16% tax that you guys want to put on us again. That's not right. I got a solution. Like most people in this Flagler County, we're all conservatives. Let's get socialism out of Palm Coast. Let's put the utility company on the market. You want to make money? Put it on the market. You'll make hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars. Put it on the stock market. All your problems will go away, and we won't have to worry about budgets every year, budgets every year, budgets every year. We're going to have a lot of money for it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else have a comment at this time? Please.
Hello, my name is Leslie Johnson, and do you hear in this room a recurring theme? The recurring theme, if you listen, go back into your minds, go back into your memories to when you heard what your mom said, when you heard what your grandparents said. They lived through the Great Depression. Use it up, wear it out. Don't buy new. Why? Because what you got on is just fine. What we need isn't new this, new that. What we need is to fix what we've got. We don't have roads. Well, we do have roads. Very nice bumpy roads, if you don't mind the potholes. However, there's no money to fix, yeah? So instead of spending more money on things that we don't necessarily need, fix what we've got. This is the recurring theme that I'm hearing from everybody. There are creative solutions. Throwing more money at it isn't helping. Quit rezoning these districts and allow businesses in so that residents are not shouldering the tax burden. Bring in some industry. Open up your business development center. Answer the phones. I'm hearing that all over the place. Recurring theme. Fix what we have. Fix what we have. Use it up, wear it out, fix it before you start new. So I hope that you will listen to your parents, listen to your grandparents, hear those voices. We need to take care of what we've got so that the new folks coming in will find this as wonderful a place as we did when we first moved here. I thank you for the consideration.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else wish to speak at this time? Seeing, oh, here's one. Here's two.
Hi, I'm Wendy Barboza. No relationship to the...
You could pull the microphone down just a little bit closer. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Wendy Barboza. I have been here for over 20 years. I'm a native Floridian. I voted for most of you. I voted for most of you in hopes of some kind of positive change. Growth is inevitable. I belong to a lot of associations where I support growth. I support healthy growth. What I don't understand is we have a budget with a lot of cushion. We have a lot of growth. So I get that we continue to try to increase numbers here and there. In the 20 years, though, I have seen projects get done. There's 3 minutes isn't enough to go down that road of what projects have been done and why and all the spending, right? So my thought process is, can we look at the budget? There has to be things that you can look at and maybe think, well, we don't really need to use the budget for that this year. Maybe we can hold off because there's growth. Palm Coast is growing. As much as we don't love it, Palm Coast is growing. So you're still gonna get that money. You're gonna get the money from impact fees from the builders. You're gonna get the money from other items. I just, I ask, somebody mentioned something about the, our elderlies. I have elderly, I'm a caretaker, and within that community, there are many elderly people who do not turn on their air conditioners. I have purchased fans for those people and told them, please, at least plug in a fan. So, you have to think of the people who voted for you. And some of you are up for re-election. That's all I've got to say. Thank you. Thank you all. God bless you.
Thank you for your comment. Is there anyone else wishing to address the council at this time?
Hello, I'm Josh Fabian. Fellow ladies and gentlemen and fellow victims or taxpayers, I wanted to shed some light on some issues that have haunted us for centuries, and that is taxes. And first, I want to make my position clear that I believe that all taxation is nothing more than theft. And the city's proposing a franchise fee, but let's call it what it really is, and I'm glad that so many other people have noticed that it is a tax, and they're trying to chicken out behind a fancy label, hoping that people will not notice the trickery. And I just want to cock-a-doodle do something for the people. So I have just some numbers and stats that I've looked up, because it's the 6% on electric and then 10 on the other city services. So I looked on it in the past year. You look at it, and 6% on my electric bill would have been $123.78. 10% on my city services would have been $121.78 as well, which isn't a ton of money. So when you look at it, you're like, oh, that's not that big of a deal. But the issue is that these taxes never go away, and they just continually go up and up and up. And our electric bill have already gone up, I think like 12 or 13% or something this year, because they went up 10% and then they raised it another. So then your taxes are on top of that. And so as the electric bill goes up, your taxes are going to go up because it's the percentage based off that. And so, sure, $123 per year for just my electric. If that was the only taxes I paid, it wouldn't be the end of the world. But I pay 22% on all the income I make. And then there's also inflation, which is another form of tax that the government levies on you. And they say the percent is like 4%, but food has gone up 19%, housing's gone up 16%, transportation's gone up 31%. And that is just since 2020. If we roll it back since like the 70s, everything's gone up over 100%. And since 2020, my income has only gone up 10%. The mean income for Florida that I looked up, and I assume this is based off 2019 or 2020 when the census was ran, was $83,000. And that would be that for a household. And I am fortunate that my household income is over that. But with all the inflation and everything, we are struggling to do everything because the bills don't go away. And I drive a 30-year-old car, and my wife drives a 20-year-old car. We don't have a bunch of fancy stuff, but houses are expensive. Food is expensive. And people here have suggested adding extra taxes and stuff. I moved here from Kansas City, and every single time there's a tax of like, oh, let's add 1% here, let's add 1% here, or 0.5%. And at the end of the day, some stores, if you go and shop there, is an 18% tax to buy something. So this is the issue with adding taxes whenever you want, is that they go up forever and never go away. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
This is the Glory Palm Coast. I'll reserve my franchise fee for the next round. I would say this. It's been a very interesting day so far. I have been here 3 consecutive times for times like this. Do you believe the other councils were stupid to reject that franchise tax? No. They were just as smart as you and probably smarter. All right. The next question is, I have not heard from this budget presentation about cutting your salaries, about staff reductions, about eliminating programs that are spending money, put everything into deferral. I have not heard one person say, the city manager I've never heard talk. Where are the accruals for these expenses? Why aren't we accruing? We must accrue the lawyer's salary somewhere. You just throw it on the budget? So let's give some consideration. And what about salary reductions? Is that not in the domain? Is that not part of the game? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
I don't understand how you think the
Identify yourself
citizens
for the record, sir.
in this town
Bruce,
are going to
just
be able to...
identify yourself for the record, please, first.
Excuse me?
Identify yourself for the record.
I don't understand.
Bruce, please identify yourself for our record. There are people just listening to audio. Identify yourself. Your name, where you live.
Oh, Bruce Stone. I don't understand how you think the citizens of this city are going to be able to afford an increase with what you want to do with FPL. Not only FPL, in the neighboring neighbors, New Smyrna, Volusia County, St. John's, nobody is charging service fees on the water. You pay for your usage, you pay for your taxes. And you know what? Maybe the state needs to come in and investigate this city, what the hell is going on in here. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
George Summers, resident, 18 years. I just want to say with all the budgets and things like that, people who live in the apartments pay a different rate than homeowners. Electric cars don't pay the gas tax that we do to fix the highways. We need to fix things, and I apologize to everyone here. I voted for one person on this board, and I endorse, because we're involved in several other organizations, and I endorse several of these board members, and I apologize to you guys. And to you, sir, thank you. They're not going to fix that. They're not going to go back to the builder. And the reason is because the builder gives gifts. White collar workers say it's a gift. Blue collar says it's a payoff. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Is there anyone else wishing to address the council at this time? Anyone? Okay.
It's John Furlong again. Gentleman just brought up a few seconds ago something that's been on my mind. Again, it comes down to oaths and what you folks were voted in to do for us. It was brought to my attention, it was overheard by one of the city staff members, that she refuses to let people go or lower her budget because she does not run her money or department as a business. She runs it as a government. If this is the truth, I want her resignation or fired by the end of the week, because she represents us and our money and our budget and our taxes. If that is the mindset of the people on this board and this staff, it's a cancer, and we want it removed now. Okay? Again, what the other gentleman said, I want a forensic audit in this city. We need to know where the money is. We know how it's spent. Are there gifts? Is there something going on that we need to know? Because the decisions made are just, they make no sense at all on protecting the people and the taxpayers in the city of Palm Coast. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment.
Ken Lenning, Palm Coast. Good morning. The reason most of us moved here is to get away from traffic, to get away from high costs. We all moved here and we love this city. However, we're starting to see a lot of things go awry here. We elected you, all of you, and we're not asking for anything special. We're asking for you to be leaders, to represent us, we the people, the residents of Palm Coast. What you're doing is just manipulating the system. We can see it, just like we see what's going on in our United States here, what's going on. We can see. We don't want that to happen here in Palm Coast. We moved from, a lot of us moved from north, and we moved here to get away from that. We don't want it to become that. We want our city to thrive, and we understand there's budgeting and stuff, but common sense, like a lot of the people said, common sense is you have to live within your budget. Everyone does. Live within your budget. Do what you're supposed to be doing here, with what you have. Put a moratorium on building, or for tax those people that are coming in, as far as raise the cost of the building, that impact fee, raise that. That will slow down building. Take care of what you have. I keep hearing that over and over and over again. And that's what we need to do, is take care of what we have and the citizens we have here. We the people. We elected you to represent us. Don't look away. Look towards us. We're telling you. A lot of people, they have to make a decision whether they can pay for their groceries or turn on their electric as far as their air conditioning, which is, they need that. We don't need all this fluff that you are putting here. We don't need it. Go back to what we had here. Take care of the residents that are here now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
morning, Council. Dennis McDonald, Palm Coast, Protect Palm Coast. It's really hard to look at this budget and be able to think about the fact that we now have a city manager, an assistant city manager, and a chief of staff, Mayor Alfin. Under your reign here, we have a chief of staff who's got to make close to $1.50, okay? Who right now is, I think, on vacation in Europe. So it's just bizarre that you can come to any of us and ask us to consider any kind of budget until you get your house in order, okay? And the reason that we have so many people now trying to run this city is because you hired a person that didn't even apply for the job and can't get it done. That's what we're seeing right here, right now. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to make public comment at this time? You could pull the microphone down. Thank you.
My name is Carol Brassfield. I've been up here before, and I just want to let you know that I disagree with this franchise fee or tax. The citizens of Palm Coast should be allowed to vote on any tax increases proposed by the city. 5 people on the council should not have this kind of power over the very citizens that they should be working for. As I see, we are not their credit cards. They can change as they, that they have charged us with pay raises and tax increases for frivolous projects. We have a city that won't keep the mowing down. We can barely walk on our path on Pine Lakes because the grass is over my knees. And these are our tax dollars going to waste, employing people that aren't doing their jobs for the city. There should be an accounting for where the money is going. It doesn't make sense that I see new houses and new families moving here and paying into the system. I have to live within my means, and I think you all should too. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else wishing to address council at this time, please step forward. Seeing no one, I will bring this back to council and for us to have discussion, and since I have the gavel, I'm going to go first. First, I have, in almost 3 years of being on this council, I have never once seen the entire audience stand up unified against one thing, and I got to tell you, it's overwhelming. And I want to thank all you folks for coming out this morning and standing together. I normally would be in favor of a complete millage rollback. That would mean 0 increases on your property tax. However, in this case, it's nothing but a cheap political trick. And it's basically, we're going to give you a break here, but then we're going to shove it up your ass over here and take the money back from you. I just want to state that we're doing this before even looking at making any cuts whatsoever. And there's a lot of places we can cut out of this budget. If we need $5.8 million or whatever it is, I'm sure we can find it. I have no doubt. Let me continue, please. I'm sure we can find the places to make this cut before we put a franchise fee or any other fee, which is nothing more than a tax in disguise, in your lap. You've all been suffering enough. You know, pain at the pumps, grief at the grocery store, everything you purchase has gone up. You go out for a meal, it's gone up. Everything. At a certain point, you don't have enough money to keep going. And we can't just keep asking for tax increases. So I'm going to bring this back to council for discussion. But I got to tell you, Mr. Mayor, I am ashamed of you today. This is the cheapest trick, oldest political trick in the book. And the fact that you would try to pull this off, I have no doubt people will remember this come election time. Oh, yeah. All right, so public comments over for the moment. Wait for the next round. I'll bring this back to council. Mr. Clufus, you can go first.
I'm sorry?
You can go first.
Oh, gotcha. I couldn't hear you over the applause. So in my response, if I can just directly reply to your comments, I'd like to hear your thoughts on where we can cut. I think over the last 3 years.
Sure, I'll tell you. You want me to go through the list right now?
I mean, if you.
Yeah.
Sure.
Number one. Our roads, Carl tells us that we need $12 million every year for the next 5 years. Well, how about the first year we just give them 10? I think we can still get a lot of roads paid for 1 year, and we save $2 million right there. Our communications budget, $700,000. 5 people. You know, the county only has 2 people. I think we can slash that budget right in half. There's another $350,000 right there. Hey, how about a hiring freeze except for our fire department? Because we do need to train new officers for our fire department with our new fire station. But these other jobs, we can just have a hiring freeze, no more new hires. I'm not saying don't replace people that quit, but no more new hires. That'd probably save us another $300,000 plus easily. Oh, and the proposal to take 5 people off our lawn cutting crew, put them over into another department, and then subcontract out for 5 people to come cut the lawns, well, that's another $300,000. So there's your money right there, right off the top of my head. Do you have any cuts, Mr. Clufus, that you can propose?
Well, would the employment freeze, would that also include the police officers that we're hiring?
We're not hiring any police officers.
Adding to our contract.
We're not hiring any police officers.
Adding to our contract.
I'm talking about staff here that we control here in the city.
Sure, but they're all budgetary impacts, right?
Yeah, well, but the point is, what I've given you is my cuts. What are your cuts?
Well, I think that's a very good place to start, what you were talking about.
Right,
This is an exercise, Councilman Danko.
It is an exercise.
It's an exercise in us trying to come to a joint
what we've
decision
done,
on
though,
how we
is
pass a budget that supplies enough funds to be able to take care of the things that are in this
but
city.
what we've done
You're
is put
here
the cart.
grandstanding, talking about things
I'm
that
not
you want to improve.
grandstanding,
Yes,
Nick.
you
I'm
are.
doing
Let
your
me finish
job.
my sentence.
I'm doing your job
No,
that
you're
you
not.
failed to do since you've
Please,
been on
please.
council.
City council members.
Well, you
please.
have, Nick, you have.
Excuse me. I need to step in here.
I mean, you started the back and forth with me.
Excuse
you allowed me a chance to speak.
We have
and you
rules of
interrupted.
decorum
Yeah, we
in
do.
this chamber.
We do. You don't
And I
run this
would
chamber,
employ-
so I'm going to continue.
I am your legal counsel, and I know
I'm
what
telling
the
you
rules
to
of
cease
procedures
and
are.
desist, and let us hash this out. We're talking about the people's money here.
Then if
Now,
you're
Nick,
going
you drew me into the conversation, but if you want to finish your comments, please. But don't ask me a question in the middle of it, because I will answer you.
Okay, and I will accept your response, and we can have very much a conversation back and forth, correct? This is an exercise in 5 council members trying to come to a budget to take care of the city's infrastructure, which for 1,000 different reasons, which I'm sure we can all enumerate. Number one, our city has a ton more roads than every other city our size just because of our sprawl. So we are stuck in a position where we have to maintain hundreds more miles of cities, our geographical space. That's true, but it's a problem that we're here to try to discuss to figure out, right? I think enumerating out our discussions, I think Councilmember Pontieri also had a great idea of extending out some fleet funds from our last meeting if we're pushing off things like that. But we're talking about pushing out items that we have specifically budgeted for over a longer period of time. I'm okay with that. These are things that I'm okay with to try to come up with is it almost a $3 million gap if we have a rollback?
2.8, Councilman.
$2.8 million, so almost $3 million rollback rate, if we go back to the rollback rate. And I think these are things that are on the table for discussion. This isn't one person up here trying to, figure out and throw out 1,000 different things. This is a group effort, right? And it is. And here we are. So are we going to discuss how we come up with the $3 million? Is that your question to me?
Well, yes, I've already given you my answer on how I would do it. I'd like to hear yours.
Okay, and very much so. And I think that there are opportunities to cut costs. For example, fleet funding. What were some of the other things that you had enumerated?
I enumerated that, number one, we can spend $10 million on roads this 1 year instead of 12. That cuts $2 million right there, and it gets us started in a good direction. It's $10 extra million. We don't need to spend 12. The second thing I did was I mentioned a hiring freeze on any new positions except our fire department. The third thing I mentioned was we do not take 5 people off our lawn cutting crew and move them to another department and then hire out, subcontract out that. Those suggestions right off the bat, and yes, I would cut our communications department in half.
Okay, so
from
perfect.
$700,000 to $350,000. There's your $2.8 million, but I'm open to other suggestions too. And rather than put the cart before the horse, and try to set this millage rate as a cheap political trick and then come back and hit people with a franchise fee. What we should be doing first is making all the cuts first. That's what you do. That's what you do at home. So I'd like to hear your suggestions for cuts.
For sure. I very much agree that if we were to eliminate $2 million out of our paving program, that we could reach the $3 million that we need to cut. The problem is that $2 million that we need to put into our paving program to inject our roads with the quality that we need to kind of curb the exponential decline, which we've had a ton of presentations over the last few weeks, which we have all sat through. That's what we're trying to curb, right? We're trying to get ahead of the infrastructure before it declines too rapidly.
Where are your cuts?
Well, that's the thing. If we cut the $2 million, it's going to cost $4 million next year. It's going to
Now,
cost
where are your cuts to find the 2.8 million? You're telling me why my cuts won't work. You're not offering any cuts to the public or this council. Sure. And that's what I thought you were going to do.
No, that's also a cut. Let's throw that up there. Are you willing to cut the $2 million out of the paving program?
Yes, absolutely.
Wow, okay. That's just not the position that you've
I
taken
think
over
we can
this
get by
last-
with 10 million instead of 12 million. I honestly do. 1 year out of the 5 that they're asking for. But where are your cuts? Where would you make cuts?
I think the city needs additional funds. And I'm not saying that we need a franchise fee, but if we're going to need additional funds, then I think it should be upfront in our millage rate.
Yep.
But I think we've done an exercise up to this point, and also these last few years, we have sat on our budgets, and these are not things that are filled with fluff. And I think we would all agree that there's not a $3 million slush fund, but talking about cuts like this, we're going to have to make sacrifices to our current quality of life or services. If you think about it just from a mathematical standpoint. Yeah.
All right, folks, let them speak, please.
I don't think we should sacrifice the quality of our roads. That's my stance. We've been sacrificing for too long now. If we get behind the curb any further, it's going to be I'm sorry about that. Can you hear me now? In the back, okay? In the back, okay? Yeah? Good? Perfect. Thank you for telling me that. What I was saying is if we're going to make that $2 million cut, that is something that's going to put us behind the curve even more. So we've had these presentations that we've all sat through about the exponential decline of our current roads. I think it's time to invest in our infrastructure and to get us back to the quality that we expect of living in Palm Coast.
Why, you won't get your gift from the contractor?
All right, folks, please. Ms. Hyder, you're next.
Yes, good morning, everyone. And I just want to say thank you for everyone that came out this morning. I strongly agree with Vice Mayor Danko on his opinion about making cuts to our budget. I do believe that there are places that we can make cuts to our budget and not increase taxes on the people of Palm Coast that are living here now. There are ways that we could actually place more on having economic development coming into Palm Coast. We need to make businesses, jobs available to the people that are living here so that they can continue living here. We don't need to increase our taxes. And I have to say that I think someone made the comment that we have money, we all have money and are wealthy here on this panel. Well, I can be the first one to stand up and tell you, I am not wealthy. I live very simple, and I get up and I go to work every single day like most of you. And when I took this position and ran for city council, I knew that my job was to serve the people of this community, and that was my platform. That is what I will continue to do. I will listen to you, and I am here to serve you. So I am not in favor of raising taxes on you.
Mayor Alpin, you're next.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I said you're next.
I'm next. Well, actually, I started it. So just for clarification, the motion on the floor currently, my motion, is to cap the current millage rate at the rollback rate. What that means is taxes would not increase on the ad valorem tax bill. Now, I think you've taken some liberties, campaigned and pandered quite a bit, but the question on the floor, and I'm about ready to call the vote.
You don't have the gavel, sir. I have the gavel. I
yeah.
will call the vote.
No, actually, I can call the vote.
No, you cannot. You do
I
not
absolutely
have the
can.
gavel.
So, the motion on the floor is to roll back the millage rate as presented to 4.257. That does require cuts in the budget, which you've glossed over and pretended like that doesn't exist. How can you possibly get to a rollback rate without cutting the budget? Answer me that question.
By taxing people on their electric bill, which is what you plan to do.
Well,
Questioned,
please,
answered.
Please don't, are you a mind reader as well as a campaigner and a panderer?
I can see a cheap political trick when it comes in front of me.
Wow. Okay. All right, that's my comment, and I would like to call the vote, although...
Well, I'm not ready to call a vote yet, sir, and I have the gavel, I might remind you. Ms. Pontieri, you are next. Please, folks, public opinion will come up on the next item. Ms. Pontieri, you are next.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So we didn't get, usually we get a chance to respond to public comment and the general public comment, and because it's somewhat related to this, I want to take some of that opportunity now before I talk about my specific budget cuts that I was up at 3:30 in the morning going through budget sheets to determine what exactly those would be so that I could vote on a rollback, not as a cheap trick, but to give our taxpayers relief. First and foremost, with regards to the speed limits, I want to let you know that that is a strategic action priority. We are putting your resources towards that on all of our streets. We are doing a full analysis of the speed limits so that we can make your streets safer. We have heard you, and we are using your tax dollars for that, and at a very low rate, I will say, because we're piggybacking a contract, hopefully down south. So I bring that up, and the splash pad, we can't speak to because we are in litigation, but we are trying to get that up and running as well. We can't speak to some things because of delicate situations, but we are listening to you guys. I promise you I'm listening. With regards to the millage rate, Ms. Alves told us that that was going to require a $2.8 million budget cut in the general fund. So in an effort to do that, I have proposed multiple things and specific cuts. Now, I do want to say, Vice Mayor, with regards to the cut to the two positions that you referenced, that would be about $300,000. The $2 million that you're referencing from a $12 million plan, that's not money that's in our current budget. So that's not money that we can cut from the current budget. Respectfully, what we did was we heard from Mr. DeLorenzo Mr. Cody, our Director of Stormwater and Engineering. He told us that a pavement management program that he presented back in April would cost us $12.2 million over the next 5 years. I asked our staff and Mr. Cody to go back and look at a cheaper, more efficient, and quicker way to get more roads fixed and repaved in this community. Him and the staff endeavored to do just that. They came back with a pavement management program that cut that amount in half, from $12.2 million to $6.5 million, okay? Please allow me to finish. I'm trying to just let you guys know the work that's been put into this, and I think it's important. That would allow us to repave nearly 400 miles of our 1,200 in the next 5 years. That's a 30-year roads. That's our infrastructure, it's necessary, it's important, but that money has not been allocated. That is not out of our current budget. Currently, right now, and more importantly, sir, it is not out of our general fund. Right now, we bring in a local fuel option tax in the amount of $2.2 million a year. That's what pays for our pavement management. So there's no such thing as cutting $2 million from the pavement management program out of our general fund to get to the rollback. But let me tell you what does, please. We can cut $333,000 if we remove the fleet allocation funds for this year from 4 departments. That's the golf course fleet, the city manager fleet, the communications and marketing fleet, and the business tax fleet. We can cut another 50% from 5 additional departments' fleet allocation fund budgets. That's construction management, planning, code enforcement, public works, parks, facilities, maintenance. That gets us another $858,000. Then we can cut the city manager's contingency by $225,000. That gets us to 1.4. We're now halfway to the 2.8 we need. Then what I did was I went, and just stick with me on this because there's some math, and I'm a lawyer, I do words, I don't do numbers, but I've double-checked this multiple times, and with our staff. Based on the math that I completed by looking at our population increase, the increase in the property values, and providing an 8% CPI for inflation, we would be bringing in a surplus of $1.412 million at the current millage rate. So that 1.412 at the current millage rate plus the 1.4 that I've cut specifically from our budget, from the general fund specifically, that specifically gets us to the $2.8 million surplus that we need for a rollback. That's not a cheap trick. Those are the numbers. Those are my specific cuts. They are real. They are realistic. And I have gone to staff and told them that I expect them to cut those fleet allocation budgets and that we can afford the 1.4 million that I spoke about with regards to the CPI and what we're bringing in at the current millage rate versus the rollback rate. So with that, Vice Mayor, I yield.
So what you're saying then, with your cuts, and I don't care where the cuts come from, I give you great credit.
Well, they should come from the correct fund, respectfully.
Well, that's fine. I mean, however we get there, we get there. I think that's the main thing. But what you're telling me is if we do this millage rate rollback, you will be opposed to the Florida Power and Light fee, franchise-free tax. Because we won't need it, is what you're telling me with your cuts. Is that correct?
Well, respectfully, Mayor, I think that you might be confused as to where monies come from. So we're talking specifically about the general fund. That is where our ad valorem monies come from, and they go to pay for certain things. The franchise fee is being considered, to Councilman Clufus's point, in order to fund our pavement management program. You asked me a question. Excuse me, sir. Yes, that absolutely is true.
That fund, that would go into our general fund every single year for the next 30 years.
We as council, and I want to reserve my specific position on the franchise fee because you're wrong in your assumptions on that as well. We as yes, you are. Stop talking under your breath to me. Yes, you absolutely are. You can't read my mind, so you don't know my position. And we're not allowed to talk about it because that's a violation of sunshine, so you don't know my position. We have to allocate certain monies to our payment management program. That is not in our current budget. So those monies can be determined by council and by our residents because they vote for us where those monies go every year. Now, I will reserve the rest of my comments for then. I think it's appropriate that regardless of what we determine for our payment management program, we need to cut $2.8 million from our general fund, and this is the way that you do it. This is the mechanism to do it right here in front of us right now. So rather than worrying about what else is on the agenda, let's at least do this, and then we can go back to staff and ask them if we can find more money together, specifically by looking at the line item budget sheets for pavement management.
So are you willing to then table this Florida Power and Light franchise fee until we go back to staff and we get some more numbers and see if we even need it?
Vice Mayor, that is not the agenda item that we are on. Partially, I am, yes, but again, that is not the agenda item we are on. We are on the rollback, and I would ask that we go ahead and vote, now that we all know each other's cuts, we know we can get to the 2.8, please call the vote, somebody, to get this relief to our residents.
I will call the vote, but I have one further question and I want to make sure I understand your position. You said you found a way to cut the cost of our road pavement almost in half.
I absolutely did.
And now you're saying, though, we need the franchise fee to supplement our road paving. And I just want to understand where you're coming from on that.
Vice Mayor, right now we get $2.2 million from the local fuel tax. Mm-hmm. At that rate, per what Mr. Cody has told us, we can pave only 75 miles in the next 5 years with that money. That's not enough. Our roads are falling apart in many parts of this city. So if we don't want to impose a franchise fee, then we get 75 roads paved pursuant to the current budget. If we want to add money to that budget to get more of our roads paved, we can subsidize that with some of the franchise fee. Now, that doesn't absolutely mean we have to. We can do, there are multiple ways to skin this cat once we get to this agenda item. I am asking you, Vice Mayor, to stop convoluting the two and to focus on the general fund right now in front of us and at least roll back this millage rate to 4. I was here last year when there were a lot of angry people in this room, justifiably so, especially our newcomers who didn't enjoy the homestead exemption because the millage rate wasn't raised. It remained where it was. We are now offering the most significant rollback that we've had in years. Between the years of 2019 and 2021, the millage rate was 4.69. There was a very small rollback to 4.61 in 2022. This will be a very significant rollback to our property tax rate that we need to vote on and we need to approve, regardless of how we're going to find the money. Because, Vice Mayor, the money that I've proposed to cut has nothing to do with pavement management. That is a completely different strategy. We need to vote on this to give the rollback right now.
Councilwoman
I will
Pontieri,
bring-
I have a
go
question.
ahead.
Just a real quick clarification. Could you just re-explain the 1.4 million from the CPI and the 8%?
Sure, I tried to kind of shorthand it, but I'm happy to do it again for you, Councilman.
Thank you.
Okay, so last year, $350.61 was brought in per resident for the millage. If we increase that amount by an 8% CPI to allow for inflation, that comes to an amount of $379 per resident. That is presumably the amount we would now have to bring in per resident in order to fund the same general fund that we did last year, which we all committed to, right, this year in our strategic action plan. If we multiply that $379 by the population, the projected population of 98,411, it comes to a total of $37,297,769. This is 1.4 million more than the projected ad valorem revenues of $38,710,568. So I hope that explains it.
Understood. Yep.
All right, so we will bring this to a vote. Please do a roll call.
Mayor Alphen,
Yes.
Councilmember Hyder,
No.
Councilmember Clufus,
Aye.
Councilmember Pontieri,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Danko.
While I would love to vote for a full millage rate rollback, this is nothing but a cheap political trick, and they're just going to take it out of your pocket. It's robbing Peter to pay Paul. My vote is no. You can pass the gavel.
The motion passes 3-2.
Kayla, you have the count. We now move to our next item, which will be item number F3.
6.
FBL franchise fee. So
Oh, I'm
it's
sorry.
number
we-
6.
Well, the gentleman left. Okay, FPL, I'm sorry. Okay, yep, I changed it. Okay. So we move to item number G6, which is an ordinance franchise fee agreement with Florida Power and Light. Counselor, if you would read that in for us.
Yes, an ordinance granting to the Florida Power and Light Company successors and assigns an electric franchise imposing provisions and conditions relating thereto, providing for monthly payments to the city of Palm Coast, and providing for an effective date. And Mayor, just following up on the previous comments on the last item regarding the franchise fee between Councilmember Danko and Councilmember Pontieri, of course, it's always at the will of the city council as to whether or not you can defer an item. It takes a majority vote to do so. So that is an option to you. Just want to put that on the table.
Will you repeat that, please, again? I'm sorry, repeat the end of that. You don't need a majority vote?
You need a majority vote.
You need a majority vote
Yes,
to
yep.
to table this to
To
another.
defer, yep.
Okay.
Did you want to add to that? Any
I
comment?
will ask that we do defer this
To
to a
make the
later
cuts.
date.
To identify the cuts.
Evening meeting would be preferable because we'd have 3 times as many people here, no doubt. So yes, I would like to get a consensus or a vote to do that.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
Councilmember Danko?
So let me hear the motion.
Motion is to defer this to a later meeting and an evening meeting, so all those folks that work can come out and express their views.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second. I'll second.
I have a second from Councilperson Hyder. Roll call.
Vice Mayor Danko,
Yes.
Councilmember Hyder,
Yes.
Councilmember Clufus,
No.
Councilmember Pontieri,
No.
Mayor Alphen.
No.
Motion fails.
Okay, so we continue.
Staff's got a presentation.
Good morning again. Mayor, City Council, Helena Alves, your Financial Services Director. This item before you today is for the implementation of an electric franchise fee agreement with Florida Power and Light. So this is an agreement between the city and the electric provider, Florida Power and Light, for the use of the city's right-of-way. It would be a 30-year agreement with proceeds calculated as a percentage of gross revenues. The maximum allowed rate is 6%. The revenue generated at the 6% rate would be approximately $5.75 million annually. Florida Power and Light has franchise agreements with 195 communities in Florida, to include Bunnell, Flagler Beach, Ormond Beach, St. Augustine, and Daytona. Legal has drafted an ordinance and agreement for council, and the next steps are for council to consider adopting the ordinance and setting the percentage between 0.5% to 6%.
Right, so I'll just, Helena, if you're finished, I'll just supplement that. So the agreement that you have in the ordinance form is a draft agreement that is draft. It goes to 2 readings, a first reading and a second reading, because it is an ordinance, so it will come back. So at this first reading of this ordinance, if you were to adopt this agreement, you need to set the percentage amount of the fee. That can range from any percentage between 0.5% and 6%. And then also, I'll note, as we discussed in the workshop, that this fee can be revisited on a yearly basis and can be adjusted up or down between 0.5% and 6% on a yearly basis. But the term of the agreement is for 30 years.
Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, it does,
Then I'll come
Mayor.
back to the dais and ask for discussion first.
I have a question. That, if we approve this fee, this tax, where does that revenue go?
Well, it is unrestricted revenue, so that would be at the discretion of City Council.
So it'll basically probably go into the general fund.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Did you get your answer, Mr.
I got my
Stanko?
answer.
Okay. Further discussion?
Are you done, Vice Mayor?
I'm done for the moment, yes.
Okay, so
All right, I'm going to ask the audience to please listen to the council's comments so that we can get to a conclusion on this subject today. We've already decided that we will make a vote on this item today, so I think it would behoove all of us to listen to the discussion, and then there will be public comment again, and then it will finally come back for a vote. So Councilperson Pontieri has the floor, and I'd like you all to give the courtesy so that she can make her points, please. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to kind of explain why this came up and why this is an important tool for our toolbox as we look at diversifying our revenues. And it can be at 0.5, it can be at 6, and let me just explain, especially for those who were here during the last recession, and I had family that was here during the last recession. If some of you may not know this, but between the years of 2008 and 2014, our millage rate doubled. It went from 2.1% to 4.1%. And as we know, when things like this go up, inflation, things like that, they never go back down. The city will never see a millage rate of 2% again. This is merely a way to diversify our revenues, and by the way, millage goes into the general fund too. So technically, that's at the discretion of City Council as well. My goal in this is to make us more recession-proof, because we are going to go through another period where property values drop again. And I'm looking at a millage rate history presentation from a few years ago that showed that our property values in 2008 were $7 billion. By the time the recession was kind of over in 2014, our property values dropped to $3.6 billion. They cut in half. Now, at that time, we had to raise the millage rate just to try to keep up with revenues. During that time, we raised the millage rate, like I said, from 2.2 to 4.2, nearly 4.2, it was 4.19. During that same time period, we were still bringing in $5 million less a year than we were back in 2008. What does that mean to you as our residents? That means that we're bringing in $5 million less for firefighters, police, roads. That is a very dangerous place to be. So what we're suggesting, what we're trying to consider here is how we just make ourselves more recession-proof, diversify our revenues, and are not so heavily reliant on ad valorem. We are in the 12% of cities in this entire state that have neither a utility tax nor a franchise fee. And I would love to be there as well, but we're also one of the cities in the state with the lowest millage rate. So we do work hard, and this city has a lot of amenities, has a lot of roads, has a lot of parks, and it is expensive to keep up with those things. It's important to note that 92% of our ad valorem taxes are currently paid by our residential property owners. Only 8% of ad valorem is paid by non-residential. The franchise fee would be different. 75 to 77% of the revenues that would be brought in from the franchise fee would come from residents. 25% to 23% would come from non-residential properties. Think about that. When we think about wanting Walmart, Target, Wawa, storage facilities to pay more, that's where your franchise fee comes in. They will pay a heavy, that's a 15-point swing at least in favor of our residents. Listen. Please allow me to finish, because at the end of this, you will hear my effort is to give you as the people more power, but I need you to please just let me get through this so that I can explain to you what this means and why we're considering it. I'm trying to be 100% transparent with you, which unfortunately has not been done this week. We are not considering a 10% utility tax, and we are not tied to any one fee for 30 years. Those are lies. So I'm trying to just give you facts, okay? So please just hear me out. So we can diversify our revenues, we can become less reliant on our residents to pay taxes, and we can be more recession-proof. Additionally, it was a strategic action priority goal for everybody up on this panel to figure out a way to earn revenues off of electric vehicle charging. It was also a very well-made point that most people charge their EVs at home. They don't use charging stations. This is a way to earn revenues off of those that are charging their EVs at home, because they don't pay into the local fuel option tax like those of us with fuel-powered vehicles. Now, I understand that may be a small start, but it's better than what we're getting nothing, which is zero. We have other initiatives and other things that we're looking at to improve that, but this is one step in that direction. The other goal with this is to get our roads paved. I have heard, during public comment, I heard no less than 8 people mention the fact that we need our roads fixed and/or we need improvement to overall infrastructure. By resolution, we can dictate that these funds go towards paving our roads and our infrastructure. That means we can dictate that these funds don't go to salary increases and don't go to hiring new people. We can absolutely, as a city council, say that these monies have to be used for our pavement management program. Again, we went back with Global Solutions and we cut the pavement management program in half. I am proposing that we enter into the franchise agreement, but that we put what the amount will be on the ballot as a non-binding referendum that city council then has to adopt after that. So we say, you know what, we want to diversify the revenues, and this is what we will need to fund certain roads, but you as our residents decide how much of those roads you want to fund, and you set the rate. And I think that that is the best way to give you the tool, because it's your roads. If you want them paved, you vote on the rate to get them paved. They're your roads. I drive on them too, but I'm willing to be at the will of you all. But I think that we have to at least add the mechanism. Now, the minimum, candidly, fully transparent to you, the minimum is 0.5% that we have to have if we enter into this agreement. That will come out to about $1 or $2 on average on people's power bill a month. But if you as the residents in the next general election say, you know what, we want $3 million to pave our roads over the next 4 years, then you vote on it. And we as council will have to adopt it. So my position is that this is absolutely something that is very positive. It can diversify our revenues. It can help us when we get to that recession so that we don't see millage rates double again, because I do not want to see our city with 6% and 8% millage rates. I will not abide by that. And we are allowing you as our residents to vote on it in the general election, put it on the ballot, make it a non-binding referendum that city council then has to adopt via a concurrent resolution. Now, I know council is working with council for FPL to see if that's a possibility, and for that reason, I'm asking that we enter into the franchise agreement, but we table the amount and we wait to see what we are able to do, the budget that we're able to work, so that we can see if we can actually put this on the ballot, because that would be my wish. And the alternative, we go back to staff, We see how much more we can get out of our budget to put towards our pavement management program, and then we bring the actual amount that we will set the fee at back to council at a later date for a second read. Mayor, I yield.
Thank you for your comments. Councilperson Hyder or Clufus, comments?
I just want to ask, do we know that we're going to be able to put this on the ballot?
Well, that's why I'm asking that we bring that specific issue back to the next the next business meeting, which I believe that might be a 6 p.m. meeting. I'm not, city manager, do you know if that's a 6 p.m. meeting?
August 1st
Yes.
is a 6 p.m. meeting.
So perfect. So it would be a 6 p.m. meeting, which I think would be positive anyways. But what it would be, if we just entered into the agreement now without setting the rate, would be that 0.5%, which, like I said, comes out to $1 or $2 on average on the power bill. And then hopefully our council can figure out, the way that I've structured this, and I only say this because I'm looking at it from my legal background, is that the agreement between us and FPL should not be affected. Because we're coming to a concurrent resolution simultaneously, that makes it a non-binding referendum that we as council then by resolution say we're going to adopt. I think it should be possible, but they're still going to work on it.
And accepting this fee, how much impact, how much will it raise the fees for our residents?
At 0.5% for a 1,000 kilowatt bill a month, it would be $1. On average, I think $2. I think 2,000 kilowatts is closer to what the actual impact would be. $2 a month.
Well, my fear is that if our residents are already having issues with paying their power bills, sometimes $2, $3 seems like a little bit, but in our economy right now, it can be a lot for a lot of people here in this city of Palm Coast. So I think it's something that we need to consider.
That conclude your comments? Councilperson Hyder?
That's it.
Okay. Councilman Clufus.
Thank you. So I think that this is a very, this is an interesting fee or tax because the burden of it isn't necessarily being put onto the residents like Councilwoman Pontieri is saying. And I'm in the concurrence that I believe if this was put on a ballot that the general population would understand that this is a disproportional tax on not necessarily rooftops in the city of Palm Coast, which is ideal for residents. That's a way, you know, if we're paying 70 cents on the dollar, then the businesses are paying the full dollar on the dollar. I think this is a way to diversify our revenues, and I completely concur that what happened with doubling our millage rate back in '09 is something that, you know, potentially I would like to never see again, obviously. But I think entering in at a 0.5% agreement, which would raise our electric bills a few dollars per month, isn't that much of a trade-off. Now, where I become philosophical in a sense is that we're tying up 30 years of our public, you know, power utility rights to FPL. But when I look back on the relationship that FPL has had with Flagler County and Palm Coast specifically, we have had their hardening facility that was installed here. You know, they've been great between the hurricanes. They've used that facility as like a go-between between South Florida and here. And I don't foresee anyone entering into a utility business without $1 quadrillion and, you know, a ton of public outreach. It just seems like there are impediments that stack the mountains high that no one would ever be able to enter. So those thoughts aren't really the main concern for me. The main concern would be the burden that's put onto the residents. But I think entering in at a 0.5% rate and then allowing the residents to dictate, along with clear verbiage that allows the citizens to actually understand that this fee will be put towards our pavement management program in the future is something that is very alluring.
Does that conclude your comments?
It does, thank you.
I'll stay, excuse me.
Comments, Mr. Mayor.
I'll stay, hold on.
All right.
I'll stay my comments until after we've had public comment. Do you have something else to add?
I do. I just wanted to ask, I just wanted to just go over a couple things that Councilwoman Pontieri stated. We talk about diversifying our tax base. Well, diversifying our tax base would be bringing in new businesses, so we're not just at 8% business. Bringing in 10% more business and taxing them, that would diversify our tax base. Taking money, giving you money here and taking it here doesn't diversify anything. We're taxing the same group of people. We'll also be taxing our businesses. And if you think those businesses are going to pay those taxes and not pass that on to you, the consumer, You know that's not the truth. You know what's going to happen. And you will be paying, again, you'll go to the Walmart, you'll be paying extra for everything you're buying, plus you'll be paying this fee. So to me, this is not diversification. But Council Pontieri brought up, I think, something interesting. Putting this on the ballot for taxpayers to decide. So what I think we should do, and I don't know if you'd be in favor of it, I find it kind of difficult to put a percentage on the ballot, like pick a percentage, pick 0.5, pick 1%, pick whatever, and then adding up those numbers. I think it would be more important if we just put this franchise fee on the ballot and let the public decide in August or November. I think that would be the way to go about doing this.
Okay. Councilperson,
You all really would decide.
Councilperson Pontieri, do you want to respond to those?
I would like to respond. So as far as diversifying, Vice Mayor, I have been the biggest advocate on this board since I took this seat to diversify. As a matter of fact, I voted against the Harborside development, which would have had a hotel, which you did vote for to get rid of the hotel. So don't talk to me about diversifying.
Can't force a builder to put in a hotel.
It was in the MPD. We absolutely
And that was
could have.
15 years old.
Excuse me, Councilperson Pontieri has the floor. Hold your comment, I'll give you a chance.
Okay.
I have been advocating on the new Palm Coast MPD to make sure Track 17 stays industrial. I also got pushback from that. I've gotten pushback from you, sir, on a lot of my efforts to diversify as much as possible. This is not coming at this from one angle. I have hit the same principle over and over and over from multiple angles. This is yet another way to do it. Now, as far as putting this on the ballot, it is my position, and I candidly, I don't know if this can even go on the ballot with, that's something for the legal counsel between our attorney and FPL, but I think it would be very easy for us to put something together that says at 1%, this is the amount that would go to pavement management and infrastructure. At 2%, our residents are smart enough to read a paragraph that would tell them exactly what would go into that fund. So I have more faith than I think you do in their intellect in that regard. And I think that if we can put on a ballot 6 different candidates, we can put on the ballot 6 different rates, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and let people determine what that is every general election for the next 4 years.
Okay, but you admit that we don't know if this can even go on the ballot yet, correct?
At this time, correct, and that's why I said candidly and transparently to everybody in this room, everybody listening, and all 98,411 residents, that at 0.5% would be the agreement, and that would cost most people around $2 a month, absolutely.
But if we don't know yet if that can even go on the ballot, then I think it's absolutely responsible of us to actually table this till we find out, at least find out that.
The problem with that, Vice Mayor, because I have asked about that, is that we need time, and this has to be read twice as an ordinance. So if we enter it now and then determine the rate at the August 1st date, we are within those time constraints.
Again, this is the cart before the horse at this point. It would be much more responsible to see if we can actually put it on the ballot, because if we don't, then future councils will be jacking this price up every opportunity they need money for their general fund, and they don't want to make cuts.
Respectfully, you voted yourself a raise last year, and now you are lecturing future council on jacking up rates. I think that is incredibly disrespectful to everybody up here and all the future people that get voted on, especially while we are sitting here, just voted on a rollback, and are now talking about being okay with 0.5 being the rate. And candidly, I'm fine with entering into a resolution that I don't even want to go to 6%. I am hoping that our residents will vote for 4%. I never wanted 6%.
But 4?
I said I'm hoping.
Excuse me. You'll have public comment in a minute. Just hold on.
That is an average of $8 a month to pave our roads. I hear you all, and that is why I have stated I would make it a referendum, because you get to decide. That's just my opinion, and I don't want to impose my opinion on you. I'm trying to give us a tool. That's it.
Thank you. All right, with that, I am going to open up this item for public comment, so please.
Mike Martin, Matanzas Woods. Councilman Pontieri, I certainly agree with you and support that we need to diversify the income stream. But I can tell you that this summer, my FPL bill has gone from an average of $155 to over $200 this summer. $8 a month makes it even worse. Now, I would offer a suggestion, Mr. Mayor. You told me in a conversation that we had that you got $109 million from Paul Renner for infrastructure out in the 40,000 acres that Palm Coast owns out west. I would tell you that I think it's outrageous that we are planning new infrastructure when we can't take care of the infrastructure that we already have. I would say take part of that money and fix our current infrastructure, because you can't, if you can't take care of what you already have, how are you ever going to take care of additional infrastructure, additional needs? We have to be careful. People are on fixed incomes. I myself am on a fixed income. There's a limit to what we can afford without significantly impacting the quality of our lives. I already have raised this year my thermostat setting from 77 to 80. And it's still over, my last bill was $208. There's a limit to what I can do, or anybody else in this room or in this city can do, to limit our expenses. So asking us to contribute further monies through a franchise tax is going to make life very hard for some people. You need to do better.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
That's in Liguori, Palm Coast. Let me say at the outset, if I was the CEO of this organization, I would fire 3 of you immediately.
Hold your comment. All right, if you're going to continue the outbursts, I will recess the meeting until everybody catches their breath. Or you'll have respect for the speaker when they're at the podium. Please proceed.
Yes. Councilwoman, your thinking is totally flawed. You keep citing businesses. Oh, we're going to get the money from the storage units. We're going to get it from Walmart. You ain't going to get nothing from them, because they're going to pass it right back to us. Now, imagine this. Let me tell you some of the consequences of this false 6%, 0.5%, or whatnot. You're not talking 6%. You're talking way above it, and you couldn't even begin to calculate the figure. Let me tell you why. With no caps on the tax dollar amounts, citizens will employ various methods to reduce electrical usage. They'll stop using outside lights. Those in need of machines for health reasons will pay higher taxes. Not fair. Defer needed prescriptions, unable to provide for pets. Take out loans which will be difficult to repay. No way to increase income due to a paucity of jobs, which you refuse to look into doing. Remember the 0.5% tax for 25 years, which Chimento recommended? We beat him down. Why? Because we had the brains to know nothing would come of it. You get increase in electric and water shutoffs, savings depletion to cover increased taxes, fewer housing starts, loss of impact fees, reduced ad valorem, city salaries and staff reduction. I'm sure you can think of other adverse conditions. Now, why are we only concerned about this franchise tax for 30 years, a generational tax, when you should be looking into creating other fees that's for city services? Where? Vacant lots, one thing. Cutbacks on the swale areas. Tree trimming off the electrical lines. Why aren't we charging them? Vacant lots get a break. Why not homes? All right? You should be looking into other avenues of increasing money. And I'd like to know why no one has ever mentioned gas tax. What's wrong with gas tax? We get 73% revenue from Flagler County. We're at 6 cents now, and guess what? The law, do you know, council? May I ask? What we can go up to, would you know? It's 12 cents. More than to cover what you need, but you're not thinking of it. Listen, finally, allow the citizens of Palm Coast, the 28th largest city in Florida by population, to vote on major tax proposals via referendum. And finally, Palm Coast needs jobs from industrial and commercial business growth, not storage units and apartments. Please.
Thank you.
Please consider the gas tax. It is the most fair and equitable of all avenues. Thank you.
For your comment. Next, please. Let the next speaker have his time at the podium. Yes, sir, please.
Hello, everyone. Paul Pontono, Palm Coast, Florida. I stood here a couple of months ago at my first meeting that I attended, referencing the request for prayer invocation. I was extremely disappointed by that night because you all ignored the majority of the people that walked up here. 25 people, 20 wanted prayer, and it was totally ignored. I don't think you even you couldn't even second the motion for a vote, which was extremely disappointing. So now, as I come to you today, I say do not impose this franchise fee, because a lot of us, most people in this room are on fixed incomes, senior citizens. My wife and I are relatively new to Palm Coast. We moved here about 1.5 years ago, and we're having a house bill now. We're kind of doubting whether or not we made the right choice to stay in Palm Coast. And so I'm asking you not to do this franchise fee, no matter how little it might seem to be. I don't know kilowatts. I don't know what 1,000 kilowatts is. I don't know how many kilowatts we use. So $1 or $2, but the thing is this, you know it and you've heard it. You work for us. We voted you folks in. That means we all here and in the whole city of Palm Coast, we're your boss. And when your boss tells you to do something or asks you to do it, if you don't do it, you're insubordinate. And when you're insubordinate, you get fired. So you all we're going to remember the whole vote with the prayer. Nobody's going to ever forget your names. You will be fired based on that, based on if you go ahead with this franchise fee. And so that's the way that you'll be fired. But think of it in your own mind. Look yourselves in the mirror and think about if it were you, if it were your parents, whatever. Put yourself in the shoes of others and live the golden rule. Do unto others as you have them do unto you. And I think you will make the right choice. And I'm sorry, but you're going to have to find the revenue somewhere else to get. We need to bring business in here. It's ridiculous. We have to bring business. This is Florida. It's a beautiful state. I got to tell you, I like the roads down here because I came from New York, and they're pretty brutal up there. So this is paradise to me, really, with the roads. But, you know, this should be enticing to businesses to come here. We need real business industry here. That's where you get the revenue from. I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
I'm James Lee, again for the third time this morning. 3 years ago, a new council was seated, and on the first meeting that night, a former council member referred to one of the council members in here as Councilman Corrupt. I've still got that in my phone as his name. Actually, he's a friend of mine. He was called corrupt by a member. 3 of you voted to not table this for a time when more people could come and voice their opinions on this. 3 of you. 3 of you, some of you of those 3, were supported in your elections by political action committees that were funded by developers. Those developers are selling the soul of Palm Coast. We're bringing in low-income housing. Look, I'm disabled. I get $1,340 a month. I've got to go to vocational rehab in a little bit to try to get back to work so that I can earn a living. I may be needing to go to low-income housing. I'm glad we have it. But we don't have jobs. Yeah, we've got the new storage facility that hires a manager and maybe a maintenance person. Wow, 2 jobs. Out of acres and acres and acres of what should have been industrial property. You guys are wanting to raise this franchise fee and pass it on to the people of Palm Coast who already are struggling. Like others, we have raised our temperature in our house by about 4 or 5 degrees this summer, and our rates for electricity are 25 to 30% more now than they were in the same months last year. I don't remember, my brain is kind of in a fog from being in a coma for a few months. If there was a fee increase on the part of Florida Power, but you know, maybe Florida Power could come to the city and say, screw you. You guys want to have a franchise fee for us to be here, we'll just pull out. The hell with Palm Coast. The hell with its residents. Live in the dark. Go back to the dark ages. Our family could handle that. I don't know how many people in here could. This is a bad idea. 3 of you voted to silence your constituents by not tabling this to another time. So, Councilman Corrupt, I would say to you, you are now a part of the corrupt council. You should all be ashamed of yourselves.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Bruce Stone, C-section, you have no idea how many people you're gonna hurt. I'll survive, but you're gonna hurt people. And if you're so in debt and you can't operate this city, how about every one of you take a decrease in your salary? Every single one of you. Raise your hands. Who's willing to take a decrease? Thank you, Mr. Doctor. Thank you. It's a joke. This state needs to come in and investigate this city. You remember Victor Barros? He's running for county. How can that be? There's an FBI warrant for his arrest. How can that be? Why didn't you guys get him out of here and send him back to Costa Rica?
Next speaker, please.
Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Sabina McCauley. Very briefly, it seems as though a big chunk of change in the budget is for the roads. Has the city gone to the state and looked for other ways to get money from the state by, I forget the term, but there is one, where the state will help you fund these projects? Have you done that? Or and how much money do we get from the state to fix the roads here? Any? I don't know.
This is your time for public comment, man. We'll get back to you on those kind of details, but you're welcome to ask the question. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Mary Phillips. I live in Palm Coast now, and I was delighted to move to one of the most beautiful, well-kept areas I had ever seen. I personally bought a trashed house and spent about $100,000 to make it better and beautiful again, for which my neighbors are grateful. However, in the last 3 years, I've seen a degradation of the basic services. The parks are not being maintained as well as they were only 3 years ago. The esplanades and the medians and the sidewalk areas with the grasses are not being maintained as well as they were. The street lights, which are here, are still working, and I'm not in favor of any more, so thank you for keeping those working. However, I am opposed to relatively untransparent taxation. I appreciate the idea about diversification of tax revenue needed. However, I think that can be done in a direct and more transparent fashion by encouraging growth of non-residential business, better business base to help us with that. By considering a franchise fee, it ties your hands for any alternate energy revenue that you might choose to invest in, and in 30 years, who knows what that could be, because it prohibits you from any retail or distribution. And that could be a problem in the future, I can't say. Why is the paving fund not a line allocated item in the general fund budget? That is a mystery to me. I challenge the council, having worked in big business for many years and been challenged by it myself, to reduce all the spending in all your departments by 10%. How you come up with it is at your discretion, because you're the best to know how to apply the resources to us in our community. But put it under a light, shine a light on it, and you will find some extraordinary opportunities, I bet, because in my 20 years of best practice in business process consulting, that's all we had to do. And Ms. Councilwoman Ponteri, has already started to do that. Perhaps you can learn from her best practices. And echoing what the other residents have said, please look at your overall prioritization of the use of funds and work to maintain the excellence that you've created so far here in what we have. Make the new builders pay impact fees, which everywhere else in the country does. Make them build the new schools and put in the basic infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Council, Dennis McDonald. At the onset, I just wanted to comment about something that I heard regarding the fees that pay for repaving our roads. And I find it really interesting that the one member of your council here today is the most concerned about paving those roads, okay? Is a guy who drives an electric car who doesn't pay a tax. He pays no gasoline tax. So the reason I bring this forward is, in case you didn't know it, but yesterday there was a discussion at the Board of County Commissioners meeting about that very thing, the gas tax, about raising it. So what did the county commissioners do? The majority, the great majority, I'm not saying all of them, okay? They passed it on to the city for your comments. Can you believe that? Okay? They're in charge of the gas tax, but they passed it on for your comments. So you could take that in a number of different ways. How about taking it this way? How about passing on this whole idea for our comments at a referendum? Don't put anything in place until you get a referendum vote from the people, and then you'll know exactly what the majority of people would like to do, how they would like to fund their roads and all these concerns. The reason I take much of this to heart is I have been here fighting this franchise tax 3 times. This is the 3rd time. So, Mr. Mayor, I know you're a new guy in town, but in 2012, I was here with Vinnie Ligori. And by the way, Vinnie Ligori is a guy who was on the committee that was involved in incorporating Palm Coast. He's been here a long time. He has a great history. We beat that tax big time in 2012. People were out parked all over Palm Coast Parkway, and you couldn't get a parking space anywhere on any of the adjacent properties. Okay, they lost. This came up in 2018 with Mayor Holland, okay? And it was defeated in 2018, okay? You gotta see what's going on here. The people don't want it. But the one way that you have a solution for all this, and you've really brought the solution up to all of us today, you know, is put it out to a referendum. Great idea. Let people decide. So, and I just wanted to say one more thing, is that the theme for the election year here in Palm Coast for 2024 is going to be, you're going to run on your record. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Steve Carr, Palm Coast. Back in April of last year, I sent an email about people recovering from COVID and also the high inflation rate to Mayor Affin, and I would like to share some of that, sir, if I can, with you. You said that the recent presentation by the senior economist from UCF, the city council indicated that Palm Coast is recovering and trending well. Well, it doesn't sound like it today, does it? Well, we're not recovering and trending well. And then additionally, the local real estate market affords almost every homeowner in Palm Coast an increase in home equity value, a key component to individual wealth and a financial tool for all residents. Well, I don't want to use a financial tool to borrow money against my house just so I can live in Palm Coast. That just doesn't sound right to me. I'm just sorry about it. It doesn't. And also for all these families that are trying to recover that have children, where are they trimming their budgets? How about if they have to buy food that's not so healthy. Where do they go then? To the hospital. Think about that. And so when you're going to increase electrical cost or any cost on the families, they're going to struggle. They're going to struggle. And they have to cut wherever they can. And food is one of them. Buying healthy food. So I'm not in favor of it because their electric bills, they struggle to do it. Their water bills, they struggle to do it. And when they're struggling to do those, then they're struggling with their food bills. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, councilors. My name is Paul Larkham. I'm a 5-year resident here of Palm Coast. I'm a blow-in from up north. I try to listen closely. My background is law enforcement, so I'm not a fancy attorney or fancy, corporate person. But listening today, I have a couple of concerns. My first concern is I'm absolutely against the franchise fee in any way, shape, or form. I do believe that we need to find cuts. I was in a public service union. I served the unions. I'm very concerned when I talk about cuts, but there are areas that we can cut. There's no question about that. But my last question I have, and it's directed to Councilwoman Pontieri, you said a statement, maybe I heard it wrong because I know I'm getting old, but you want to enter into agreement and then find out if we can put something on the ballot. What is the rush to enter into an agreement before we find out if we can, the people of this city would have a say in the rate? Why can't we get that answer first? Then if we decide, then if the majority of the people or you as the council make the decision we are going to have a franchise fee, at least we know we're going to have a say in it. Because if it can't go on the ballot, that means you as the councilors and every future councilor is going to have a say on what our fee is going to be. So I'm left with that concern.
Mayor, may I just answer that question? I do think it's pertinent.
Let the speaker finish his public comment.
I am finished.
First.
I was just looking for that answer.
Okay, that's
Thank you.
finished with
Thank
your
you for
public
the
comment.
time. I am.
Yes, go ahead.
So this ordinance needs two pass-throughs. So we have to vote yes twice. So we can vote to enter it, waiting to see if it can be put on the referendum, and if it can't, we can vote no next time. And I'm very willing to make that motion. I'm willing to make the motion that we pass it through today on the condition that it can be put on the ballot as a non-binding referendum, and the next time it comes through, if council tells us that that's not a possibility, then we can vote no. But it has to go through 2 votes, and they have to be during business meetings, and we have to do it by a certain deadline cutoff. So that's kind of the procedural reason why.
Okay, then I do have one last question. What is the deadline? And why is there a deadline?
It's a financial, and I actually asked those questions during meetings yesterday with our finance director and the city manager. And based on the way that we have to approve the budget, that's why. So that they have to know what monies they could have or could not have. And so in order to approve the budget, which also has to come before us to get passed, the budget season, it's almost like you have to do A before B before C. That's why we have a schedule for approving millage and all of those things. Candidly, I relied on my staff, and I believe that they told me accurately that this is the order, and this is why they're put on this schedule as is right now.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
My name is Celia Puglisi again, here in Palm Coast since 1991. I saw a lot of changes. I did move to Paradise, but lately no longer, with a Wawa shortly 1 block from where I live. And this took one of our director's time for over 2 years, as was reported, to convince of that disaster in the middle of Palm Coast Parkway. What I see is that we need in the city a line item budget for our roads. We have to be very aware of this. We became a city, and since we became a city, and it was shown today, the city receives 24% only of our ad valorem taxes that we pay on our houses every year, when the county gets 44%. And then they don't help us with our roads. I will start with the city trying to lobby some fairness to us, because you see, my family lives in Arizona, and for example, I am so surprised that the budgets there in the cities, okay, which is the largest item of the city of Chandler in the budget? Public Works. And the city looks beautiful. Public Works is the largest item. Here, our largest item used to be the fire department in the past. I don't know if it's still there. But you know what? I see here in Pampos all these luxurious fire stations everywhere, so close, near to the, one is gonna be built soon because it was requested. Another month, millions of dollars, and you took $500,000 to buy the corner lot in Colbert Lane for that fire station. You're planning to bulldoze the older one when we wanna keep it at least as our museum, because it's the only historical buildings we have left. And where all this money comes from? You know what? Our planning and community development department are overworked with hundreds of hours, with all these projects for the developers. I have this funny feeling. The developers, our engineering, our planning department, they run this city. They don't hear us. They only hear the quote-unquote stakeholders. Go and look on the candidates running now for office for county and city, and you're gonna see who are the $1,000 that donate to those candidates, the quote-unquote stakeholders. We should be the stakeholders. The little people, to council and mayor, we pay taxes for paying for our services. And the roads is not a line item on our services. You need to address this with the county, and you need to address a state level. And you know what? You need to ask for the right grants for us, not all these frivolous grants that you ask for expansion and other things that we don't need. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Hello again. My name's Ken Fonte. I have one question.
You can address your comments to me.
Yeah, all right, Mr. Mayor. I was told that this tax for FPL could be repealed in a year. Am I correct?
Reduced to a half a point.
Okay, we all know taxes never go away. They never go down either. And they never go down. I'm for limited government. I think I voted for a few of you people thinking that was what you guys were thinking. I was wrong. I'm sorry. I can't re-vote for you guys, no matter what you say, because your actions speak louder than words. So if you vote for this tax, I'm out. I'll find someone else. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any other speakers that would like to be? Yes, sir.
Ken Lenning, Palm Coast. Scratching my head here. There's an attorney here. I'm also law enforcement background. Went to court many, many times. And I'm scratching my head because an attorney's trying to sell that you're going to enter a 30-year contract not knowing what we're going to do. Makes no sense to me. It comes down to common sense. And frankly, I don't believe any of you have any common sense if you're going to enter into this contract.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any other members of the public that would like to address me and City Council at this time? Yes, ma'am.
My name is Carolyn Guggenheim, and I'd like to address you, Mayor. I am totally frustrated, with your legislation, with your attitudes. I just feel that you are out for whatever you can get out of your position. You do nothing. I've been to many council meetings, and I've wasted a lot of hours and time trying to let you know how I feel, and many others how they feel, and it's to no avail. There is one on your committee that has heard us and is trying to do the best he can. But you guys keep fighting him. All of you keep fighting him. You don't listen to us. You don't care. You do exactly what you want to do. And we have no voice. We think we do, but we don't. And as far as electing you back, no way. No way in heaven. And I hope you understand. All this building that you guys have been doing, I would want to know how much kickback is involved.
Done?
I would like to know that, because I know you're not here just because you love us. You're here for you, not for us. And it's very upsetting to sit here for hours, time and time again, make our voice known, and you do exactly what you please. That's exactly what you do. I'm sorry that any of you are here except two people out of all of you. I can't express any other opinion other than the fact that you will not be reelected.
Thank you for your comment. Are there, yes?
I'm Howard Rifkin, resident of Palm Coast for 16 years, moved down from Connecticut. Moved to Palm Coast because I thought there would be a more favorable cost of living. I, for one, am not opposed to paying taxes. I believe we need good roads, infrastructure, support the fire safety and law enforcement, and all other viable services that taxes pay for. Like many, I am a retiree on fixed income. Over the last couple of years, I've seen my home insurance go up from $900 to $3,700 a year. My utility costs keep going up, electricity, water, food, gasoline. Like many of us, we have to stay within our means. Previous speaker suggested that perhaps each department in the city of Palm Coast take a close look at your budgets and come up with a 10% decrease. I don't know what the right number is, whether it's 10%, 1%, or anywhere in between. But I come from businesses where when we had problems with budgeting, we were all faced with budget decisions where we had to cut back in certain areas. I am vehemently against paying a 6% increase or a 1%, whatever, on this franchise fee. We keep paying more and more and more, and we're just getting less for it. I implore all of you to stay within your means. I read recently where Palm Coast is broke. Well, that's because you spent more money than coming in. Take a close look at your budgets and stay within your means. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker.
The last time I was here was after the disappointing, actually no vote on having prayer to start the city council meetings. But I feel like we need to have a word of prayer right now for all of you and for our community. We're obviously highly stressed, and people are feeling desperate, and they need God in their lives, and we need God in our government. So I'd like to pray. Father, we ask for your grace upon our city and your grace upon our lives. You know the stress that we all are experiencing: financial stress, emotional stress, political stress, physical stress, Lord. So I ask, Father, for your help for us all. Give our leaders in our city, our county, our school board, our state, our federal government, Lord, the wisdom they need to bring us to a place of peace and prosperity once again. And we ask all of this in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Robert McDonald, Palm Coast. Ever since I've lived in Palm Coast, which has only been almost 8 years, I try to get here every meeting for different reasons. And as I've sat here for 2+ hours, I've heard a lot of people get up and complain, gripe, and find fault with the people that are running the city. But yet, I haven't recognized anybody that sat in this audience that has either been to a meeting before or ran for a political office. Now, you all know that sometimes I buck head with you, and that's because you're not always right. But I will respect your right to say what you want to say, and hopefully you're going to vote for what the people ask for. Now, the purpose of having a workshop meeting compared to a regular meeting is you're supposed to get out all your displeasures and arguments and fights, and no more banging the gavel and yelling and screaming at each other. You're all grown people. And we put you there to represent 98,000 people. You're not going to please us all, but you have to listen to us. There's a reason for it. These people that all came here this morning, they had a legitimate complaint. And I probably have a complaint too. But you know what? If you're not part of the solution, you're actually part of the problem. Okay? And for people to stand up here and berate you and yell and scream at you like your children and say, oh, we're not going to vote for you, well, then get off your butts and run for election and replace you if they're not satisfied. But you know what? I want to go on record right here and now. I may not agree with you, but I'm going to defend every one of you the right to say what you want to say.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sharon Demers. I've been a Palm Coast homeowner since 2005. I come on the behalf of the poor in our community. I know this woman named Edith, and I met her when she wanted a life insurance plan that I had to offer, and she could not afford a $25 premium, and that was in 2018. These are her expenses. Her income is $1,200 a month. Her husband had taken his full pension when he retired from the state of New York, so she's down to just one Social Security payment for her income. So that's her annual income is $14,400. Her taxes on her home that she owns since 1982 is $580. Her utility bill from the city is $1,400 a month. Her cell phone is $560. Her TV is $720, which is pretty reasonable. Her prescriptions and co-pays are $1,200 a year. She has her AC cleaned twice a year, that's $250. She's replaced her AC once in the 40 years she's been in her home, so she's due for another replacement. Her bug guide charges are $200 a year. She pays a lawn mowing service because she's 78, $1,200 a year. Her electric bill is $1,400 a year, and she is barely at 1,000 kilowatt hours per month. Her auto insurance is $900, and her homeowner's is $2,500. I helped her shop that this year and saved her another $600. So at $14,400, her expenses are $10,910. That leaves her with $3,490, which is $290 a month for groceries, gas, maybe a haircut, maybe a new piece of clothing. She doesn't have any pets any longer, and she no longer can tithe with her church. There are hundreds and hundreds, thousands of widows in our town that are on budgets that are this tight. So I would like you to consider those when considering this tax, this franchise fee, which I'm totally against. One of the things that came up several times is health insurance increased in all these budgets. Medicare went down this year, so I don't know why our cities went up. The school district got a rebate. Every school employee got money back because they had too much money in their reserve fund. So I don't understand why Palm Coast doesn't have a better health insurance plan, and maybe that is someplace where you could cut. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Is there another speaker that would like to address Mayor City Council at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I will close up. One more.
Afternoon, Mayor, Council, Mike Norris, 2 Lima Place over in Matanzas Woods. We, the people of Palm Coast, are faced with more tax increases in an already heightened inflationary period. I would like to refer to a local radio show that was aired on June 16, 2023. And I would encourage everybody in this chamber and everybody in this city to listen to this specific show. If you need it, hit me up after I speak, and I'll give you a link to it. The radio show is called Friday Free for All with a host named David Ayers. During this particular show, there were 3 prominent guests on there. I won't name them. You can figure it out once you listen to the show. One is a major developer in this city. The other is supposed to be the real estate guru here in Flagler County. And the last representative was a person from the new Chamber of Commerce. They were discussing what's going to be built and and who the people are that are migrating to Flagler County and Palm Coast. I found the show fascinating for several reasons. There's a word to describe what we as a community are experiencing. It's called gentrification. Some of my northern friends and neighbors in here, they've experienced this before, especially New Yorkers, yourself included, Mayor. Simply defined to us common folk, gentrification is pricing people out of their homes and communities. Without diversifying our tax base by bringing in business and industries that would alleviate some of the pressures on the individual homeowners, property taxes will keep going up. Property values are going to keep going up, along with the millage rate and all the other associated taxes. To include tacking on service charges, people are being priced out of living in what they once considered paradise. Their discussion was on high-end development, westward expansion, density in the development. The one individual that was the major developer, he even stated that developers pay for all the infrastructure. And I'm paraphrasing here, but I'm pretty much spot on, so you can go back and check it. When you turn on your faucet, the water comes from the ground, and we gave it to the city. We donate the lines. The representative from the Chamber of Commerce focused on people making $75,000 or less. He said they're moving out. Most of the people that are moving in, they're 55 and older, just like the people moving out. So the poor people that are 55 and older, they're having to leave the city. So I find it completely unacceptable for your main priority at the legislature to pull $25 million to build out west instead of working on the roads within this city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any other members of the public that would like to make public comment at this time? Yes, sir.
I'm Paul Vargo from Colorado Drive. Been here about 6 years now, sat through this one last year. And we talked about pretty much the same things, which here we are again talking about the same things. I wanted to know if any other property tax methods have been reviewed instead of just this one. And I come from a state, one of my states that I lived in, where we had a one-time tax. there was a percentage on the purchase price of your house, excuse me, and that price, that purchase price or that rate was never changed. In other words, if you paid $200,000 for a home, the price was, the rate was 1.7%, okay? And that never changed. And it didn't change until you sold that house. But if you sold that house and you went into another house and now you paid $400,000 on it, you paid that increase. That's the only way you ever paid an increase. And that was Prop 13 in California. And the state of California can do that. Maybe we need to get a little more creative. California's got probably a little more money than we do, but that's it. But the point of it is, you always knew what your property tax was going to be year after year after year after year. You didn't get the surprises. And like everybody else here, yeah, we do budgets. I do budgets. I had to make some tough decisions on budgets as I was going through life. And that included, which nobody wants to do or say, but you had to let people go. And I never wanted to do that. That was probably one of the hardest decisions I ever had to make on who was to stay and who was to go. But that was the facts. In order for survival as a company, we had to do that. All right, very tough decisions. I think the overall thing, what I'm hearing from everybody here, basically, is that we say no to you, you don't say no to us. So we're looking for things, we're looking for ways, we're willing to look at different ideas for tax bases or whatever we have to do. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for your comments.
Paul Pontano, I'll be very quick. So everybody here doesn't want this franchise tax. It's been very clear. So why are we not voting today? Why are we kicking the can down the road? Nobody wants it. Can anybody answer that question? Why can't we vote today? Why can't you vote today? Nobody wants this tax.
We have a vote coming up, so do you have any more comment?
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public that would like to make public comment at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I will close public comment. I will come back to the dais for final discussion before voting.
I have a question for our staff or our city manager. Councilwoman Pontieri keeps telling us we have to vote on this today, that we can't delay this to the next meeting in August, our first Tuesday night meeting. What is the deadline for getting this to Florida Power and Light? What is the actual deadline?
So,
what happens if we miss it?
Vice Mayor, I believe Councilmember Pontieri was referencing a conversation in essence of how we do the budget, and if we can process this in time to be able to depend on those funds so we can close out the general fund discussion and that process.
Right. But if we delay this till first meeting next month, are we not going to be able to make that deadline?
In essence of our general fund, I'll look to Elena on our overall budget process, but right now you have a general fund proposal and we would have to work through some of those changes and then also make sure that we could deliver at...
We're just talking about a slight delay to find out if we can put any form of this on the ballot.
I'll look to
Will
our
this-
city attorney that wants to...
Counselor, could you weigh in on that, please?
Yeah, it also requires 2 meetings. So
Right,
we
right,
need
but,
2
but
meetings.
would we be missing a deadline? That means that we could not do this. That's what I'm wondering. What is the
So,
cutoff?
Counselor, is there a ballot deadline
No.
in order for public notice and to put it together and to get
Oh,
on?
you're talking
Yes,
about-
to get on the ballot.
The election ballot?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that's not until next year for the
Until
general
next
election.
year.
So
ballot.
how much time do we have for that in advance of that? It's a lengthy period of time, if I remember correctly.
Well, yeah, I mean, you would have to, if you were going to take something on the ballot after our recent discussions with Supervisor of Elections, you want to have it shored up by April of next year.
Okay.
And then, so it could go through, it has to come to City Council for 2 reads for ordinances, and then it has to go back to the Supervisor of
So
Elections.
it would in fact miss an entire budget cycle.
Yes.
So that's, I think that's the point that the city manager was making.
My question was,
Yeah.
at what point do we have to give an answer to Florida Power and Light?
Well,
What's the
I don't think that's the issue. The issue
Well,
is.
it is the issue, because we were discussing
There's no,
delaying
I'm
this
not
till
aware
we
of any
find out.
deadline. I'm not aware of any deadline for
There
that.
is no deadline.
However, what we're saying, if you'll please listen for a minute, is you will miss an entire budget cycle before this can be acted on.
We can't do this in the next 2 meetings without missing.
I think city manager just
total delay.
said that they have to go back and redo the numbers, and it's a lot of work to get it right. So it's not, it's not, there's a
Talking
risk.
A couple of weeks.
May I just offer?
And that's why I'm asking this.
I definitely hear you, Vice Mayor. My suggestion, because this does need 2 approvals, is that so that we don't miss a budget cycle, we approve the entry now. We can say no next meeting if we find out that we cannot put it on the ballot, or if we collectively don't agree on a rate. So the whole thing has to be agreed on twice. I would like to see it as a non-binding referendum that we concurrently enter into a resolution on that says that we're going to adopt that every general election. If that's not a possibility, we can all vote no at the next meeting. But if we're going to put this into place in time, and I want to couple this with this. I understand this is a tough decision. My mom is on disability because she's had brain surgery from cancer. Okay? She's on a fixed income, and just 2 days ago, she said, "What is this franchise fee thing on my bill?" So it's not that I don't get it, but this is what leadership is. I have gone back to our staff and cut $2.8 million from our general budget specifically so that we could get to a rollback. Vice Mayor, I encourage you to get a hold of these budget worksheets and to tell me where we're going to find money to pay for our roads. Please. I am happy to say no to a franchise fee, but I need your help.
So if, what I'm understanding, what you're telling me, is if this is approved today, comes back a second time, if we cannot put what you want on the ballot, then you will be opposed to
That is
that
correct, Vice Mayor.
That is yes, that is what I want to do.
So the second, if this comes back and we can't get it on a ballot. as a
Vice Mayor, that is
referendum,
correct. That is the correct procedure.
If we cannot get the amount to set on as a non-binding referendum, that we will concurrently enter to a resolution that says we will adopt what the citizens say, yes, that is my position.
Okay. Further discussion?
Nope, that's also my position, and thank you for the posterity of making sure that everyone understands that this takes multiple procedural business meetings, and one is in the morning, one's in the evening, to try to have overlap for everyone to be able to be attending at least one of the meetings.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilperson, no comment. I'll accept the motion.
So specifically, I make a motion that we adopt the franchise agreement, we do not set a rate, and that it is under the condition that we can put this on the ballot, the rate on the ballot as a non-binding referendum in the next general election, and that we will concurrently enter into a resolution as city council that states we will adopt the voted upon rate during the general election, and that the monies will be used specifically for current paving in current Palm Coast and current infrastructure in current Palm Coast. That's my motion.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Seconded.
I have a second from Councilman Clufus.
Council,
Oh.
Yes, I have a question. So if I understand your motion correctly, it's to approve the draft agreement without a percentage set. But then when you get to the second reading, how would the excuse me, please, thank you. When you get to the second meeting, then if you can't set the rate at that time because you want to get feedback first from a non-binding referendum.
We would delay the effectiveness. So it wouldn't be effective yet.
Yeah, I don't know that.
Excuse me. Let's get through this, please.
Please.
Or we could say that it's 0.5. Listen, at the end of the day, I mean, like I said at the beginning, I think there are multiple ways to skin this cat. We can say it's 0.5 for fiscal year 24, and then the next fiscal year will be determined at the general election.
Do you want to withdraw your motion?
I'd rather wait on advice from council.
Well, I'm now more confused by what you're saying. You're saying, you just told me a moment ago that if we can't put it on a ballot, then you're willing to kill this thing. Is that correct or not?
I'm waiting on council direction as to what is possible.
Right, but if it comes back and we can't put it on the ballot, are you willing to kill this thing?
That's exactly what I just said.
Okay, I wanna
We're
make sure we
asking what's gonna
understand.
happen in fiscal year '24.
So,
The election's
Counselor-
not until next year.
Right.
Councilperson Pontieri, let's let the councilor weigh in. Go ahead.
so the agreement, once approved, is effective, I think it's 60 or 90 days after it goes into effect. So if there would be not a way to approve it at second meeting unless we had a rate set for implementing it. So if you could set a rate, whatever that rate is, it's obviously up to you, and then say that, if it's possible, like I said, this is just all new. I need to research it from a legal standpoint, but if you could, in the future, because as I said before, there's the ability to change the rate once a year, written in the current draft. You could change,
Excuse me.
Excuse me, please.
Let us get through this, otherwise we'll never get to an end.
Really? May I finish?
All right.
Thank you.
Councilor, please proceed. Sorry about that.
So, if you are saying in the future that council's going to use information such as what the residents vote on a ballot, on the general election ballot, and use that information that you get back to make the decision on the rate for that year, that's what I'm hearing is what I'm supposed to research and look into. But that is for the future times, unless you held off now and then did a vote to ask, but that would, you're right, Mayor, delay it through, you wouldn't have it for this budget season.
So the question is, Councilperson Pontieri, do you want to withdraw your motion and revise it?
And my question is...
No, wait.
Well,
I have a question. Hold on. Just wait. You'll get your turn.
I'm willing to hear Vice Mayor's question.
All right.
My-
First, you want to
I
withdraw?
just want to make sure I understand something. This would take effect in the next 60 to 90 days this year, if this was approved at the next meeting.
The way the
reading.
agreement's written.
All right, so
yes.
it would go into effect this year. I want to make sure we understand that. Number two, we would have to set a rate for 2024 because it wouldn't get on the ballot until the end of 2024. So we would have to pick a rate.
Yes.
Could we
Correct.
pick a rate of 0?
No.
No.
0.5% to 6%.
Can we put 0 on the referendum?
If you could,
Or no vote?
if you'd already entered into the agreement in the future, no. The agreement
Okay.
says 0.5% to 6%. So
All right.
that wouldn't be an option because you're locked in for 30
Right.
years.
So we'll be starting this tax this year, not next year, correct? The referendum, binding or non-binding? And what does non-binding mean? Means that we don't have to pay attention to the voters?
No, if you listen to my entire motion, it was that we would concurrently adopt a resolution stating that we would adopt whatever the citizens choose in the election. So we are bound by that because.
Bound by that.
Because we would pass a resolution to that effect.
But we still will have this on our books every year for the next 30 years unless some council actually comes along and gets rid of it, which will never happen.
At 0.5%, yes.
You were talking 4% before. That's what I'm confused
So-
about.
No, don't put words in my mouth. That's not
All
what I
right.
said.
Let's not go backwards. Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Counselor, are you satisfied that you understand the motion, but you have some more legal work to do?
Well, I don't know. The thing is, I need the motion clarified to know. I think that I need the motion clarified to reflect what I said back, which I'm just trying to clarify what the motion is, which is very important at this point because staff has to know how to proceed.
Okay, the motion is that we enter into the agreement at the minimum, which is 0.5%. That would have to be in place for the next fiscal year. We put the rate on the ballot as a non-binding referendum. We concurrently enter into a resolution as city council to adopt each general election, what that rate is as determined by the residents, and that is the rate going forward. That's the motion.
Counselor, is that enough clarification for you?
Yes, do you still second
I
that?
still second
Councilman
that.
Klusma, do you second?
With the addition of the 0.5% wording, yes, absolutely.
Very good. Any other discussion?
That's the
And
addition.
could no be on that ballot? In other words, no, kill this thing now.
Of course.
Could no be,
Yes, we don't
on-
want this. Can that be on the ballot?
That
That's what I'm
cannot be.
asking.
Not under the current motion. That would be for the rate.
Excuse me, this is never going to get to a conclusion if you're going to continue. I offered each of you public comment. I asked each of you to respect each other's public comment. Please respect the discussion on the dais. If you, good. So we have a motion, and I have a second. Roll call vote.
I had a comment.
Oh, you have a comment?
I don't think you heard me.
I'm sorry. I had asked before. I'm sorry.
Okay. I just want to make sure that I'm clear on this. So if we adopt this and vote yes on this, at that 5%, does that mean?
0.5, Councilwoman.
0.5%, I'm sorry. Does that mean that we are into this agreement with FPL and it's going to remain on our residents' taxes?
At this time.
At this time,
At
but
this
we can't vote no on it, it can't go away? That's my question.
Okay.
Is this something that can go away?
We have
Let me-
another vote on this.
Let me answer it in two ways. Number one, this is the first reading. So this is your first vote. There is another vote, which is the final vote. So if you vote yes on this, essentially what it does is it moves this matter to second reading, final vote, and at that second reading, we will be able to provide legal input as to the viability of the second part of Councilmember Pontieri's motion, which is to make the future increases, when council considers those future increases, they consider, there's a non-binding referendum put on the general election ballot asking the residents what the rate should be. That rate can never, for 30 years, if this passes on second reading, so we got to second reading, let's assume it's approved. If that happens, then, and we can work this the way that it's being suggested, and it's approved, the agreement's there for 30 years. So that's the term of the agreement. After 30 years, it terminates, but it ties you in for 30 years into some rate that cannot be less than 0.5%. That's the lowest the rate can be.
Does that answer your question?
I think so.
Okay.
Okay.
One final question on the
Hold on.
ballot.
Okay, go ahead.
On the ballot. What does it cost us to put something on a ballot like that? Is that something we need to find out?
Depends on the number of voters.
To that, yeah, I don't know the answer.
So we need to have the supervisor of election
Yeah.
let us know what that cost would gonna be.
We can get that cost and bring
Right.
it back
Right.
as part of our
And-
research.
And
that
if you,
0.5%.
Vice Mayor, if you remember, we also talked about perhaps another item on the ballot, which would be the same ballot, if you remember, at a prior meeting.
I think you suggested the chickens, Vice
Right.
Mayor.
No,
So it would be the same
no,
cost.
no, it had to do with the fire station.
With the fire station.
Fire station.
But
I
anyway,
apologize,
yeah,
yes.
so the answer is yes, of course we can get that information. Roll call vote.
Vice Mayor Danko,
No.
Councilmember Hyder,
No.
Councilmember Clufus.
Aye.
Councilmember Pontieri,
Yes.
Mayor Alfin.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
All right, we now move. We'll take a minute while the room clears. Back up here, sorry. Sierra. We'll now return to the agenda, and we are at Item
number
F, resolutions, and it would be the resolution approving the nuisance abatement initial assessment. Counselor, if you would read that into the,
Yes, this is a resolution concerning nuisance abatement initial assessment, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, relating to the provision of nuisance abatement within the within the incorporated area of the city, estimating the service cost of nuisance abatement services to be assessed, determining that certain real property will be specifically benefited thereby, establishing the method of assessing the service cost against the real property that will be specifically benefited thereby, directing the city manager to prepare or direct the preparation of a preliminary assessment roll based upon the methodology set forth herein, establishing a public hearing to consider imposition of the proposed assessments and the method of their collection, and directing the provision of notice in connection therewith, providing for severability and providing for an effective date.
thank you, Counselor. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Today's agenda item relates to the 2023 nuisance abatement initial assessment. I'm Barbara Grossman, the Code Enforcement Manager. In 2010, City Council adopted an ordinance for the creation of an assessment area to authorize the imposition of the nuisance abatement assessment to be included in the non-ad valorem tax bills sent through the county tax collector where the city abated a nuisance. Every year, the city has prepared the preliminary, which today's item, and the final coming to you next assessment roll. The final assessment roll is then transmitted to the tax collector by the September 15th of this year, or of each year. The types of public nuisance violations covered under the ordinance are wildfire mitigation, hazardous trees, unsecured structures such as house or pool. This may be a broken window or a damaged door. An example of illegal dumping would be yard waste or accumulation of some type in unoccupied lots. Since 2012, the city has collected $1,153,49.36 from the non-ad valorem nuisance abatement assessments. The total billed is greater, as there are times that the taxes will go into the next year because we have the 3-year arrears. And the city, after applying the tax deed situation, some of the amounts are owed. As of today, nothing has changed from last week as I presented this. The only thing we have done is we have submitted it to the Palm Coast News Tribune, and it will be in tomorrow's paper with the addresses of those locations that were abated. Any questions?
Questions from City Council?
I was hoping you would find about $2.8 million of abatements here, but no question, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll open this item up to the public. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on this item at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I'll close public comment and come back to the dais for additional discussion. Any other questions?
None.
All right, I'm looking for a motion.
Make a motion.
Vice Mayor makes a motion to approve. I have a second from Councilman Clufus. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed?
Aye.
One opposed. Does the clerk, I'm sorry?
Not opposed.
Does the clerk have the count?
Yes, the motion carries. Thank you.
Unanimous.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We move next to ordinances of the first read, number 4, for Coquina Shores Community. Counselor, if you would read that into the record for us.
Yes. This is an ordinance for establishing the Coquina Shores Community Development District, application number 5415. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, establishing the Coquina Shores Community Development District pursuant to Chapter 190 Florida statutes, providing for functions and powers of the district, designating the initial Board of Supervisors of the district, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date. We have staff here for the presentation.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. For the record, Fong Wing, Senior Planner. The item before you is the Coquina Shores Community Development District. The Coquina Shores Future Land Use Map Amendment and the Master Plan Development application will be presented following this application. This is a depiction of the area of the location of about 505 acres which is located north of State Road 100 and east of I-95. In April of this year, the property owner submitted an application to create the Coquina Shores Community Development District as a funding mechanism for providing the infrastructure for approximately 650 home community. Florida Statutes Chapter 190 provides the standards for local government to establish a community development district. A CDD is a special purpose unit of government that is utilized to acquire, to finance, to operate, and maintain the infrastructure in a large planned community. A key advantage is the developer can obtain low-cost financing by issuing tax-exempt bonds. The important thing is that the city is not a party to the financing and does not incur any obligation for the infrastructure debt. Once the infrastructure is completed, it is managed by a 5-member board of supervisors. Florida law requires potential purchasers of real estate within the CDD to be notified upfront and in writing of the infrastructure costs and annual payments. Payments are made to the Flagler County Tax Collector's Office as an assessment. Also, according to Chapter 190, Florida statutes, the establishment of a CDD less than 2,500 acres may be approved by the City Council. And Chapter 190 also provides 6 factors which City Council shall consider in their review of the CDD. The next 5 slides provides staff review of the 6 factors for your consideration. Factor number 1, whether all statements contained within the petition have been found to be true and correct. Staff finds the statements contained in the petition correct and true. Factor 2, whether the establishment of the district is inconsistent with any applicable element or portion of the state comprehensive plan or of the effective local government comprehensive plan. Staff finds the proposed petition consistent with the state and the City of Palm Coast's comprehensive plans. Factor 3, whether the area of land within the proposed district is of sufficient size, is sufficiently compact, and is sufficiently contiguous to be developable as one functional interrelated community. Coquina Shores CDD contains approximately 505 acres planned as a residential community. Staff finds this development of sufficient size, scale, and sufficiently compact to serve as a functional interrelated community. Factor number 4, whether the district is the best alternative available for delivering community development services and facilities to the area that will be served by the district. Staff finds the CDD is an alternative available to provide facilities and services to this interrelated community. Further, staff finds the CDD will prevent the general body of taxpayers from bearing the burden of installation of infrastructure and maintenance of certain facilities and services within the CDD, resulting in inefficient use of infrastructure and resources. Factor 5, whether the community development services and facilities of the district will be incompatible with the capacity and uses of existing local and regional community development services and facilities. Staff does not find incompatibilities with the capacity and uses of existing local and regional facilities and services. The petition contends the CDD will provide a perpetual entity capable of making reasonable provisions for the provision, operation, and maintenance of facilities and services. And factor number 6, whether the area that will be served by the district is amenable to separate special district government. The CDD will provide facilities and services to the Coquina Shores planned development and will be amenable to separate special district within the City of Palm Coast. CD runs news ads 2 weeks prior to each public hearing. The applicant runs 4 news ads once per week prior to the second City Council public hearing per statute. Staff has not received any communication from the public on this petition to date. Recommendation. Planning staff recommends that City Council determine the Coquina Shores Community Development District petition is in compliance with the Florida Statutes Chapter 190 and the city's comprehensive plan, and approve the ordinance establishing the Coquina Shores Community Development District, application number 5415. Next steps. Second public hearing is scheduled for August 1st, 2023 at 6 p.m. At this time, I ask the applicant to come forward. Applicant has a presentation and is also available for questions.
Thank you so much for having me. This is Jarrett Earlywine with QTAC Rock. I've been before you all before for Seminole Palms, and I do have a presentation that's very similar to Seminole Palms. This project has about $65 million of public infrastructure and will benefit a lot from having a CDD. It'll allow us to bring forward a more beautiful project that fits the community at less cost. It's a great operation and maintenance entity, and it also has default protections, just like I talked about when we did the Seminole Palms presentation. I'm happy to go through the presentation, but I feel like I'm standing between you guys and a couple of boxes of pizza. So I don't know if y'all want to hear that again, if you have questions.
Hold for a second. So what we're talking about here is the establishment of a CDD. We've been through this process before. Does anyone have any specific questions or feel they have a need to see the presentation?
I don't feel a need to see the presentation. I'm sorry, Mayor, you looked this way. I just, Vice Mayor, did you have anything? Or
No, I don't see a need.
Are the plans for this done yet, or are we just not there yet?
So the zoning is running a little bit ahead of this. You've had a first read on the zoning. It's zoned for about 750 units. The second read, I think, is actually today. This is our first read on the CDD, and we'll come back again. So the zoning will be in place today, and then you'll establish the CDD at the next meeting 2 weeks from now.
The zoning's number 9 on the agenda.
Got it. I just want to make sure that there's an alignment with one of your entrances on the west side, I think on the Old King side. There is an alignment? Okay, perfect. I was looking at it and couldn't see it in the plan, so I just wanted to make sure.
Blaj Kavak.
It is good afternoon. Good afternoon, members of the board. Blaj Kovacic from BBX Capital for the owner. As we are working through the rezoning process and the MPD agreement, the secondary access, or rather the two-access approach for this development is in discussion, and it's part of the document that we are hopeful you will be all finding acceptable during the second reading this afternoon.
Okay, I do want to make sure that that's a priority, because I don't want to create a mess as far as, and I haven't seen it, so I just want to make sure that that's actually on there.
Do you want to give a note to staff to get back to you with the detail that at your convenience?
Good afternoon, Jay Livingston here on behalf of the developer. It'll be shown in the reduced presentation we have for number 9, but what we've done in the MPD is we've set aside land in order to allow the city to plan that alignment, because we're contingent upon the Old Kings Road planning. So the way that the MPD is drafted, we've shaded out an area that's essentially for the city's use for planning purposes that will allow us to then convey the necessary right-of-way to match up with whatever the final plan is. And the way the timing is set up is when we apply for phase 2, right now we're in phase 1. Phase 1 is actually going up. The subdivision master plan is going to planning board tomorrow night, so we're in the process of phase 1. When we get to phase 2, that's when the city has to know how its plan's going to be so we can line up with it. So it's a collaborative effort that's going to be contingent upon the Old Kings Road planning effort, but we've set aside that land and we've stretched it out as far enough as we can from north to south to give the city as much flexibility to determine what kind of an interchange it wants to upgrade under the current town center interchange, which currently has no turn lanes and just 2 lanes. So we've set aside that land in order to allow that collaborative effort for the planning, but our planning is limited to what's internal to our project, and the city does have a plan, but it's not finalized and it needs to be updated to fix the town center interchange as well as expand the bridge to the north. That's the real critical elements of that portion of it.
Sure, okay, I appreciate that, Jay, and I would just instruct our city staff to please make sure that that's a priority when looking at these phases.
And I took out the really good detail of that in this, for my presentation on 9, but we can zoom into that slide, or we can pull the last presentation I had where I had a specific detail showing you that cutout if you want to look at it a little closer.
I trust you, Jay, thank you.
City Manager, you'll make that a priority for Councilman Pontieri?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
That's all I had, unless you have questions for me.
no,
No question.
then I would, no, thank you. I would ask the public if they have any, would like to address me or City Council regarding the matter at this time. Seeing no one come forward, I'll come back to the dais for final questions or comments.
I just want to point out, Mayor, that because I do want to respond to some of the a lot of the concerns from people here today with regards to new development, that, you know, things like this, like the CDD, these are roads and infrastructure that will be paid for. They're almost, you know, their own kind of self-sufficient communities. So we will not be paying for this development, these roads, this infrastructure. So I think it's really important to point out that as we approve these things, which this is within our plan and it's congruent and all of those wonderful things, but this is a CDD that will be very self-sufficient. And I just really think it's important that our residents do recognize that, because I hear their concerns.
And to your point, it's not just the installation of the infrastructure, but it's the ongoing maintenance and
Maintenance
repair.
as well,
So
absolutely.
it goes on in perpetuity for the CDD, because they tax their own community.
Correct.
Very good. All right, with that, if there are no other questions, then I'll, go ahead, I'll call a vote.
I'm going to make a motion.
I'm sorry, I need a motion.
I'll make the motion.
Vice Mayor makes the motion to approve the ordinance as read. I need a second.
Second.
Councilperson Pontieri is a second. Any other discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed? Does the clerk have the count? Thank you.
Thank you,
We
Mr. Council.
We now move to G5, which is the voluntary annexation of acreage south of Flagler County Airport.
Yes, this is an ordinance for annexation of the Cascades, application number 5108. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, to annex property to be included within the corporate area and city limits of the City of Palm Coast, providing for the annexation of approximately 330.81 acres of property described in Exhibit A to this ordinance, and lying in the areas proximate to the existing city limits of the City of Palm Coast, Flagler County, Florida, providing for annexation in accordance with the voluntary annexation provisions of Section 171.044 Florida statutes, providing for annexation of real property, amendment of corporate city limits, providing for rights and privileges resulting from annexation, effect of annexation upon land uses, providing for effect on ad valorem taxes, providing for effect on businesses and occupations, providing for conflict, severability, and an effective date.
Thank you, Counselor.
Mayor, City Council, Ray Tyner, Deputy Chief Development Officer. The applicant was here earlier but had to leave. So he had requested that this item be continued to our August 1st, 6 p.m. meeting.
So, City Council members, I would need a consensus if we would accept a delay. Is that a
Continuance.
date? Is that a date certain?
Yes, sir.
City Manager, is that plausible?
Yes.
Okay, everybody's okay with that?
Yes.
All right, we'll grant that, that time certain return. Thank you. Next item up would be item H on the agenda, which would be ordinances of the second read, and the first one adopting processes and procedures for recall, citizen initiative, and referendum. If Councilor, you would read that ordinance into the record.
Yes, an ordinance of the City of Palm Coast an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, pursuant to Article 9, General Provisions of the City Charter, adopting processes and procedures for recall, citizen initiative, and referendum, providing procedures for petition and organizing a political committee, providing for required number of signatures, form and content of petitions, and statement of circular, providing for petition verification by supervisor of elections, providing for action on the petition by City Council and submission to the electors, providing for initiative and referendum election results, providing for conflict, severability, codifications, and an effective date. City Council, this is the third time you've seen this item. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them, but it's the same ordinance we've been.
Counselor made the presentation at the last meeting. Are there any questions on the ordinance?
No, I just wanted to thank you for making the, I asked for, I think, the appeals process to be made more clear, and I appreciate that addition.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you. Councilman Clufus?
I have no questions.
Then I would open this item up for the public. For any member of the public that would like to comment on this item at this time, please come forward. Seeing no one come forward, I will close public comment, come back to the dais. Any final questions or discussion?
No.
Then I would ask for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Councilperson Pontieri makes a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Vice Mayor Danko offers a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Does the clerk have the count? Thank you. We now move to second read ordinance number 8, amending the future land use map. Councilor, if you would.
Yes, this is for the Coquina Shores Comprehensive Plan Amendment, application number 5244, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, providing for the amendment of the City of Palm Coast 2035 Comprehensive Plan as previously amended pursuant to Section 163 Florida statutes, amending the future land use map, designation for approximately 505.6 acres of certain real property from mixed use and conservation to residential and conservation as described in more detail in the legal description, which is an exhibit to this ordinance, and adding a note on the future land use map to limit the subject property to a maximum of 750 dwelling units for the subject parcel, providing for conflicts, ratification of prior acts, codification, severability, and an effective date.
Okay, you're on, Jose.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of City Council. Jose Papa for the Community Development Department. I will make one presentation for really the next two items. The current item, which is the Comprehensive Plan Amendment, and of course there is a companion zoning map amendment for the same subject parcel, commonly known as Coquina Shores. Oops. And just to give you a background, again, we're at second hearing here. This item was unanimously approved by council, both the FLUM amendment and the zoning map amendment at their first reading back in May. So just to review, this is about a 505-acre parcel. It's currently vacant. It was previously an approved DRI, or it's still an approved DRI until we make the amendment today, with amendments in 2006 and 2007. As an approved development of regional impact, it had entitlements of up to 2,411 dwelling units, 50,000 square feet of general retail use, 30,000 square feet of general office, and 150 hotel rooms. So the background again, the proposed future land use map amendment is to change the designation of the property from mixed use and conservation to residential and conservation, with a note on the future land use map that would limit the maximum development on this site to 750 dwelling units. The companion zoning map amendment does similar to the entitlements within this parcel. It's currently zoned as master plan development with a development agreement that allows it to develop up to the 2,400 dwelling units. Under the new master plan development agreement, that would be, of course, capped to the 750 dwelling units, consistent with the comprehensive plan amendment policy. Consistent with our criteria for map amendments, again, there's a reduced intensity of development here. It designates the large interconnected wetlands as conservation areas. There are no special flood hazard areas on the site. Land uses will not have significant impact on surrounding land uses. And within the development agreement for the MPD itself, there is language to protect large specimen and historic trees. So again, after the first reading, the future land use map amendment was transmitted to the state planning agency and other review agencies, which included the Department of Transportation, the Water Management District, DEP, Department of State, and the Northeast Florida Regional Council. We did not receive any comments from the review agencies, and so there are no changes to the applications as presented at first reading. Based on that, staffs continue to recommend that application 5244, which is the future land use map amendment from mixed use and conservation to residential and conservation, along with a site-specific policy to limit development on the subject property, be approved at 720 dwelling units be approved. Similarly, the rezoning from master plan development to master plan development zoning district, again with the new development agreement, be approved by City Council. The applicant is here to present and answer any questions.
Good afternoon, Jay Livingston here on behalf of the developer JX Palm Coast Land LLC. I have a presentation that would more than anything help answering questions you might have, but I won't do the presentation if you don't think it's necessary. It's up to you.
The only question I had was, does this reduce the amount of conservation at all?
No, actually, the future land use map amendment actually increases the conservation area that currently exists by about 10 acres, slightly more than 10 acres.
So this increases the conservation and it is a significant down zone, correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Questions from
Have none.
Des?
No questions.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on this issue at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I'll close public comment. Any final questions or comments on the item? I'd ask for a motion.
I'll make the motion.
I have a motion from Vice Mayor and a second from Councilperson Pontieri. Any further discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed? Does the clerk have the count?
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Jose, thank you. Do you need to go to the next one now? Do we need to read this next ordinance then, please?
Yes, we do. Okay, this is agenda item number 9 on the agenda, the rezoning application number 5243 for the Coquina Shores Master Plan Development, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, repealing and replacing the prior planned unit development agreement of certain real property containing 505.62 plus or minus acres as described in this ordinance, providing for legislative findings and intent, providing for the taking of implementing administrative actions, repealing all conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. City Council members, this is a quasi-judicial proceeding. It is a rezoning, so if there's been any ex parte communications as it pertains to this matter, please reflect them in the record at this time.
None.
None.
Nor have I. There has been no ex parte.
Thank you all.
Any questions or discussion? Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on this ordinance item at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I'll close public comment. Any final discussion here? No, I would ask for a motion then.
Motion to approve.
Councilperson Pontieri makes an affirmative motion. Vice Mayor Danko makes a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed? Does the clerk have the count?
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We now move on to agenda item I, which is the consent agenda. Are there any items within the consent agenda that you would like to pull forward for special discussion?
I just want to confirm item number 12 has been pulled. Amanda? That was the Ralph Carter.
The other one, it's updated now. Now it's the communication site leaves with T-Mobile at Belltower Park. That's different.
Okay, so
from
the
other
Ralph
one.
Carter one has been removed.
Yeah, it's not in the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you.
You're good with that? All right, so with that,
Mayor,
yep.
may I make one comment?
Please.
As to item number 10 on the consent agenda, that is the interlocal agreement with the school district. Between the first time this came to you and now, the school district, we made 2 changes. One was to add in the third-party beneficiary language requested by Councilmember Pontieri. That's section 35 now of the agreement. The other change was to section 2, and it just removed a couple words that were not reflective of the agreement. One was merge services. We weren't going to merge services. We're separate entities, but we are going to coordinate our different services and programs. So the school district asked for that change. So that agreement's been updated accordingly since the last time you saw it.
Everybody okay with that? So then I'll ask again, any questions on the consent agenda before I move forward? Thank you. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak to the consent agenda this afternoon? Seeing no one come forward, I will close the consent agenda and ask for a motion.
Move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Councilperson Clufus makes an affirmative motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Vice Mayor Danko seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor, please. Oh, okay. So I don't want to miss your voice. I'm listening. It's my bad ear, I guess. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Does the clerk have the count?
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We now move to our final public participation. Are there any members of the public that would like to address me or City Council at this time? Seeing no one approach, I will close public comment. I will come back to the dais and ask, is there any discussion by City Council of matters that were not on today's agenda?
None.
No.
It's 1:11, Make-A-Wish.
I think the hour's late, so I think I'll hold my comments as well today. I would ask the city attorney if she has any comments before we close up today.
I have none.
Thank you. And city manager.
Yes, I actually have two
Please.
items. The first item is part of your packet. It's a monthly process of emergency sole source, so if there's any questions, those could come now. Seeing none, my second item is actually just a sign of appreciation for our workforce that is out there every day in that heat. It's pretty intense right now. We're very concerned about safety and the welfare of our workforce that have to work in those conditions. So I just want to extend through the associated departments, thank you. I know it's tough out there right now, especially with the rain and us getting into the stormy season. And then I would just say, if you see some of our workers out there, just say hi and thank you.
So
That's all I
please,
have.
thank you for that, and please make sure they all stay safe, especially because of the climate right now. Thank you for that. So with that, I would go to item, oh, that's it, right? No, we still have an item?
Motion to adjourn.
No, hold on.
No.
I have an item, Emma, it looks like.
No, that's not. That's just the.
I'm the only one that got that? What? Reporting of emergency and social.
That just happened under just city manager items.
So that is the item?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Then I would ask for that motion for
I'll make that
adjournment.
motion.
I have a motion from Vice Mayor, a second from Councilperson Clufus. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye, thank you all.